Hey, hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's get a mic check really quick. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Today is the 1st of February, 2023. What an amazing month it will be. Let's carry on what we've been doing here at Trendy for the last month. Again, I don't think the market, I could be wrong, but I don't think the market is going to be um, as straightforward as it was in January. And again, I could be wrong. But the cool thing is here I shouldn't say really, we don't change our process at all. Okay. So the methodology stays the same. Levels to the upside will be supply. Levels to the downside will be demand. We have automated levels, folks. All right. Need to be hearing this futures room a little bit more. So we'll go over the ES futures just really quick. You guys can see here we're down about 14 points, but this should be no surprise to you. And if you're looking for reasons why, um, your reason should be we hit the supply zone that we gave you on Sunday. Let's go ahead and go through the weekly and then move into the 5 minute, and then I'll go over the notes again this morning. So we're coming into a pretty busy day as people anticipate and get ready for Jerome, who will be on the mic. We have some more econ data that is dropping in the next several minutes, couple hours from now. So, in my first gut reaction is that we hit the supply zone, and again, I'll show you that here in a second, but it should be somewhat choppy to potentially up. We'll see. All right. So right now, the weekly, we have created this inside and up, and I have to go over this with you. Nice rounding bottom, a push into our target of 40.82. This also was resistance when we come over to the daily. You can see that. The overall, the blueprints are just working fantastic. And I don't want you to veer away from this. All right. What this does at this point, it puts us into a if this, then that scenario. Okay. So please understand that. If this, then that. For example, if you were a trader that is concentrating a little bit on the bigger picture and not on 5 minute candles, which we love the 5 minute candles, but if you have a bigger picture in mind, notice that this level is working really, really well. Also notice that you had a trendy edge above there. There is supply up here. That's what the trendy edges are for. They are a playing field of supply and demand. They are automated. They are there every week, every month, every year for you. Okay? So, the methodology, when we're coming up to supply, we're looking to trim our longs and start to get a little bit more defensive until price can hold above these levels. At any time, the market could sell off as long as it's staying underneath this level. So, once again, just be careful. Not saying the market's going to sell off. Remember, let's go back in time 1 month ago when we said, hey, earnings is coming up. I told you that there will be plenty of people who will try to build a thesis in their head coming into earnings. And that's just a recipe for disaster because really the market had sold off for so long. And then it needs to digest and see what the market and the macro is telling them before they decide to either trend to the upside or we come right back down. These blueprints are giving you a day to day to kind of help you out, if you will. This is the blueprint that I gave you, folks, on the weekend, over the weekend. Okay. It's worked very, very nicely. Notice that price came down into the inside and up formation. This is pretty straightforward. And once again, the video is out there on YouTube if you just need a refresher. Price came down into this level. Even if it missed by a point or two, who cares? We know we're looking to get long down here. And then as price pushed over the cloud, you can see that we did indeed hold the cloud. And then we just kind of, fumbled around a little bit in the mornings and then price pushed up into supply. And then we wake ourselves up and we've pulled back. This should be no surprise. You don't need a lot of information up here. All you need to know is that the inside and down in the inside and up formation has worked like it's supposed to. Now, going forward, all right, for today, in my opinion, this really sets up the perfect if this, then that. And what this does is it helps us stay on the right side of the trade. Okay. So notice, okay, really quick. As we get up here, I want you to be using daily and the weekly edges, okay? So right now, this is your daily edges. So for futures traders, if for any reason, just, I would love to know if you were trying to get long right into the edge, that's a no-no. All right. Again, bigger supply zone on the 4 and currently can't get over the daily edge. Notice though that price is holding the cloud so far. We haven't tested it, but we are above it. So going forward, let's go ahead and talk about the numbers that I went ahead and gave you guys this morning. You can find those in the update section. This is really important because for me, this is the way that I trade my portfolio. So if my overall sentiment is to the upside, I want to be net long versus on the put side. Okay. So really quick, let's get over there into updates. All right. And this is what I said. I just want to read this out just in case, you didn't get over there and read it. ES has moved from demand to supply. The mission is complete. It really is. And the playing field was created, but interestingly enough, we have moved to supply on the day Jerome hits the mic. That is interesting, right? It should be interesting to you because I will show you over and over and over and over that the market uses catalyst, macro events, economic data, anything. Everything is a reason to push price into demand and supply. Just like there must have been a reason that pushed price into demand. But what gives us the edge is able to identify these levels before the news comes out. And this is really difficult for, I would say, 90%, 95% of traders because, again, they're all using the same type of strategy. And that strategy doesn't really give them an edge. For us, we wait for the news. So the masses will attach to the news. They will fear this type of news. And we are waiting for demand. They will let go of their long positions. We will look to go long in our portfolios. About this time is right when they start to get long, and then they find themselves in supply. This really is the rinse and repeat of the majority of the market. That's why the market wins more than retail traders. It seems easy when I show it to you, but it's not easy. Okay? If this and that, a great day to incorporate this. If ES can break and hold the WE, then expect a push slowly into 41.10. When I say WE, folks, I am referring to this yellow level up here. This area in here, as you can see, is resistance. It is resistance until proven otherwise. Doesn't mean that we can't take a long. That's why we use the PMZ. Okay, we'll get to that here in a second. All right, so if ES breaks and holds below the cloud, then I would expect this 4-hour trend to be over. Okay, now Jerome could say something, right, that's hawkish, and then all of a sudden you see yourself underneath the cloud. If this happens, I want you not to freak out. I want you to pay attention to the edges. Boom, this one right here. This is where I'd expect buyers to come in. Watch this previous low. If it doesn't, this is like rinse and repeat. How many times have we done this? Seriously. If for some reason it doesn't take out that low, I did this last time, I think on FOMC or when Jerome spoke as well. If it doesn't take out this low, boom, I'm trying to take longs, okay? I'm trying to take longs right here. I'd like to see a higher low, and then we just kind of push up. And if we get a trajectory straight down, I love these. This is like a perfect shape, the V recovery. So you go straight down into demand and then straight back up, okay? That's what I'm looking for, all right? In the scenario that we break down below the cloud, all right? The scenario above the edge, I'm saying we could slowly drift into 41.10 before Jerome gets on the mic, okay? So really, if you think about it, this is all neutral in here, okay? The cloud, this. So because that is a big range, you don't want to just sit on your butt all day, right? Or maybe you do. We use what's called the PMZ. Right now, your PMZ triggers for right now, they're changing just a tad. So please understand that. The high is 40.78 and a half. This is your trigger long. Your trigger to the downside is 40.76 and a quarter. Your overall risk is 2.25. Not bad, folks. So again, I like that. As long as it's under about 5 points, then I appreciate the risk here. Okay. If it's over 5, I want to be using micros. All right. All right. So that is the ES futures in a nutshell. I went ahead and given you these charts to look at again before we get started today. All right. Now, for me personally, I don't have a whole lot that I want to be watching today. It's been a good week again already. It was a good week last week, and so I'm just trying to be patient. And so, in saying that, it is 8:13, and the only thing I know that Melissa has a couple charts for you guys. I think she's going to go over AMD and Tesla over here. And as far as my positions, I started gold yesterday. All right. And you guys can see that. I want to talk about it just really fast. All right. I've been over this a couple times. So again, I'll make it really fast. All right. I am using what's called the yearly candle, which is very foreign, especially if you're a scalp trader. You're like, what? So this is the chart that I'm using. Now, I do want to bring up some important stuff. Jerome could say something today that is definitely would throw gold to the downside. Just need to understand that. Okay. This is a long-term position for me. Okay. So I'm not necessarily worked up about what he says right away. This particular trade has 226 days. And so I went light on the trade. Um, and really, this is the setup I'm looking for. So we're using the same methodologies that we use. There's a cloud here. It's supported. We're a little extended from that cloud, but from a yearly perspective, things look okay. So each candle represents 1 year. Now, in anticipation, I am starting out very small, okay? And let me show you. This is the mother candle, okay? These are two inside candles, and this is almost that inside and up. So I'm anticipating a little early, just so I'm very clear. I'm a little early here. I wanted to wait for 182.20, and this is why I decided to go small, okay? Now I left room to add. I don't want to see this trade under 165. This is my support for right now. I'd imagine it's going to get a little volatile in here. I do think this can be resistance. I think we could pull back a little bit, and that would give some time for the cloud to kind of catch up with price. And if cloud catches up about right here, this is where I think gold could get going. My overall target is 214 and 239. I could be completely wrong. I'm okay with that. I have a plan, and I'm going to stick to that plan. As of right now, there is no stop because I am small in this position and I have 226 days to go. Okay, so that is gold. Then I have Amazon, and I told you guys about that plan going into earnings. I use debit spreads. If for some reason we pull back, I'll buy back the call side. Yesterday was a really great day, and I really appreciate everybody's, like energy. Let's keep that energy up. We had a great trade here in spot. You guys can see that. Melissa showed you guys how to do it on XOM with 688%. I mean, just really, it was a crushing day. I hope you had a good time. If you missed it, I always like to bring this up. If you missed the trade, there's a couple reasons why people miss trades. Let's just talk about this for a second, okay? Usually, you miss it for one reason, and some people won't admit this, is because you actually had fear, right? When somebody buys the dip, right, and price comes down into an edge, it's not comfortable, okay? And XOM yesterday, if you bring it into a smaller time frame, came right into the trendy edge. And this is what Melissa did. She bought off of the trendy edge. And the results were 688% on an ad of her existing trade. She's just trading off the levels. Okay? So, one, you might have just been scared to trade off of that. I don't blame you. It's hard. It's not easy. All right? Some people make it look easy. Some people just kind of watch and they learn and they're like, okay, next time I'm going to do it. What I will tell you is please try to be consistent, okay? Because most likely it's Murphy's Law. What will happen is you'll watch it 2 or 3 times. And the time that you try it, it absolutely just keeps going down. And you're like, see, I had the worst luck in the world. That leaves me with you have to be consistent. The levels are already there for you folks. Don't pick and choose. If you have a plan, you're in a trade, trade the levels. Okay. The next thing is, okay, the reason why you might have not taken it is because you missed it. Just you missed it. You were doing something. Don't FOMO trades. A very good mature trader will be okay with not getting into the trade and they'll wait for their next setup. So please, by means, always be patient. Remember, it's patience, process, profits, or percentage. You can call it percentage, all right? Patience, process, percentage. Always be patient, wait for that level. Let's see what happens. Let's have a great day, folks. Melissa, good morning. I'll let you take over the mic now, and I will sip on my coffee. Hey, Melissa. Yeah, so thank you for going over your trade setups for this morning. And let's see, Dwayne, let me see. I see, how do you trade the PMZ when the market is bouncing over and below it? Over and below it. Um, so the idea right off the bat is that you're in the trade, you know? So that's my big thing is, why are you trading it after the fact? So if it sets up and it pushes over the PMZ, you should be in the trade or trimming, right? That's my first thought. If for some reason, let's say that you're just doing something and you come in and you're like, oh man, I missed that awesome PMZ trade. Same thing that, I teach over and over, the Fibonacci. Place some fibs on it, take a trade at the 23 and 38, depending on the overall trend. So if we're trending up, try to take a long off the 23 or the 38, right? By the way, guys, so Apple came into a zone down here that I just created, and we're bouncing off of that. AMD shooting up right away. Um, yeah. And let's see, far as shorting or whatever, we'll be looking closer to when Powell gets on today, and I'll have opposing zones. But my first thought is that the ES, right? We're using the zones that I gave you guys already. In my opinion, this is our range for Powell. The only way that I'm going to short is if, okay, let's say that the market fades today and we get close to demand. I'm actually looking at going long, okay? If for some reason that long spike puts us all the way up to about right here, this is the only place I would think about going short, but it would have to uh, look right on the TTM Squeeze Pro. It's the same thing. Nothing changes, folks. Doesn't matter if Jerome's on the mic or Santa Claus is on the mic. Like, it's the same thing. Okay? Seriously. So, same strategy. Don't let the noise keep you from taking the trade. All right, guys. Good luck, everybody. We'll get started here shortly. Watching Snapify in the background as well. And AMD's gone. Yeah. Yeah. This is, I mean, honestly, a lot of these, yeah, it's an equity trade. Exactly. You get in pre-market. You know, my guys over in Canada, I mean, that's what they're doing. You got to imagine if they got a huge following, you get all these people to jump in pre-market, it just explodes price. Apple, why I put this on here was I would much rather on earnings day right before, I'll play equity or even options. I think the options are pretty cheap on Apple. So I'm just kind of waiting to see if it comes, if it at least gets down to 143.30 or like 142.50. We'll see. I love these kind of setups when you have earnings either the day of or the day after. Price like just keeps pulling back into the edges, and everybody's like, "Oh man, must be bad earnings coming up or something." I just look at it as a potential um, buying opportunity down here. What's that? Yeah, notice the composite. That's probably my only. thing that I'm not liking about composite is it's been really, really foggy here. And so it just builds up, it doesn't really go anywhere. Not that it's slippery or anything, but our wood dock, you don't see that. So, Melissa, I don't know about anybody else on their end, but like your mic keeps going out still. And I don't know if it might just be like a reset you need to do with the modem. Not right now, obviously, but it could be. Like mine, I had to shut everything off yesterday and pull the cord and wait. Like it was so messed up. Hmm. So by chance, are you plugged in by a USB port? Okay, because sometimes I have to pull my USB out and then plug my mic back in. Okay. That could be it then. Maybe. Yeah, my wireless does that as well. Hmm. You sound great now. Good. Good. Hmm. AMD right back into the PMZ here, Melissa. And okay, and ES features. Still having a hard time up here. Look at that PMZ go on AMD. Well, the first one took off. Second one right into PMZ, straight up. Apple, I was trying to wait to see if we can get to 142.50. Tesla bouncing off of the ME here. Oh my God. Dwayne, you got it shaken out like pre-market or what do you mean? Eh, RJR, I promise I wasn't talking about you. I'm just saying in general. Like if you're getting coffee or something, fu- futures room, right? If you guys are talking about X, Y, and Z, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying supply and demand works. Look at that, man. AMD, PMZ, all the way back up to 79.41 again. It's like ridiculous. Oof. Uh-oh. What? Mm-hmm. Mm, there you go. Hey guys, if you're new, just so you know, I have an Ashley account. Like, I'm not going to trade. Melissa and I have talked about this before. If her and I are looking at the same charts or whatever, if she jumps in, I'm not jumping in because we don't want to confuse anybody on here. So for me, not that you guys would care, but I'm not. If I take any of these trades, I'm not taking them in this account. I don't want to be in AMD in this account and Melissa be in this account as well. And did you say Tesla or AMD? I thought you had was talking about Tesla. Gotcha. Trying. It's kind of been that same play over and over, hasn't it? Where it kind of trickles down and then bulls just kind of bring it right back up slowly. And then towards the middle end of the day, they kind of rip it. And you're like, whoa, yeah. Yeah, yesterday's rip was crazy. That was insane, man. I didn't even like realize that. Yeah. So my internet was out, so I was really frustrated. It was supposed to be on a simpler, um, and I didn't know what was going on. So the internet was working, in the house, like Wi-Fi, all that. But for some reason, my computers weren't working. They were showing offline, so I couldn't figure it out. So I unplugged everything, and then I think it came on like once or twice, and then it shut back down, which was weird. And then at the end of the day, after close, I was like, oh man, like market really ripped. Like that was insane. So I noticed China names like Baidu's up 13 today. 13. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think somebody did you? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For me, it's crazy to see Baidu keep going up and Baba kind of lagging, but today's a good day to watch Baba to see if it's like a trade that continues to push with Baidu because it's only up 2 and Baidu's up about 13. The Baba chart has the upper YE written all over it. It's not far from it. It's about 129, 130. I'm watching that in the background. It's a rounding bottom that is coming out of the yellow bars. We have about 7 or 8 of them. Nice. Good job, Roberto. So far, it's all about the daily edge, huh? And I love it. The daily edge is married up with the inside and down, and the monthly is holding as support. So you're just kind of locked in range here. And so, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, for futures, I took futures classes at OTA long time ago. It's actually some of the ones that I did multiple times. Just a little bit of feedback for me. It's interesting to like learn what they're doing, in the futures, like cattle traders, real actual people out on the farm. Those type of things are really interesting. Far as like trading it, I don't really think it's any different. I mean, it's just a chart, and like the the biggest thing is just understanding how fast price moves. Like understanding that leverage. Like one contract at ES, man, you are trading 500 shares of SPY. That's it, So you can either go out and spend, hundreds of thousands on buying SPY, or you can come out here and buy a ES contract, which is a lot cheaper, right? And you're not actually buying it, you're just leveraging. That's what you need in your account. So if you go over to ES Futures and click, it'll tell you this is what you need in your account. Now, a lot of people don't use TOS to trade futures because of their what they're asking for. You can go out and find a bunch of, brokerages that are only, $600 to trade a ES Futures contract, which is crazy to me because you can lose $600 in a matter of 30 seconds. So it's weird for me. So I stick with Thinkorswim because it's a bigger name. I trust them. Um, but once you understand that you're leveraging that and you're getting a deal, that's what's really cool. It's a lot like options, right? And the other thing, like I told you guys, is if you trade futures options, that's where I think like a lot of people miss out, you know. Um, that can really pay off. So if you have an idea for a butterfly and you put it on ES instead of SPX, you can trade that at night if it works out instead of waiting for the open and then all of a sudden they dump it or whatever they do. You have the advantage of trading all through the night. I love that. All right, so ES futures trying to push up through the level here, and if it can, you should see the rest of the market try to push up towards this edge here at 40.92. Kind of see what happens here. Baidu up 15 now. Jesus. Like, I didn't think it would push that hard. Futu's looking good. Hey, Dad. Yeah. 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 Good luck on that. It'll work out. Let's see. SPX premium, just way too expensive. I was looking at it and I was like, I'll hold off. Hmm. Wait a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Got me running back and forth over here, Melissa. I had to go put trailing stops on my Tesla trade. Mm, 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 mhm. This, I put 25-cent trailing stops on those Teslas. I'll probably get stopped out, but it took off, man. I was just about to say something felt really weird right there. That was like the first time I think I've heard you get excited, and it came in the form of the word boom. Boom. That was awesome. About you about lifting me out of my chair. Yeah, you do. I think you do. I love this. Nice, good job, RJR. About damn time, man. No, I'm just kidding. With that coffee. You got to get that coffee, man, 1 hour before, and then you fill it up like 4 times. Then you get pumped. Then you get pumped. I bought some coffee yesterday. that's called Death Wish. Has anybody heard of that? I know. I know, but I had to do it. Yeah, it's kind of like the wet paint sign. Don't touch wet paint. I'm gonna touch it, baby. Yes. You, hmm. Literally. Oh, really? That's funny. If she can handle it, I can handle it. Oh, is she? That's funny. And so, unfortunately, my trail and stops were stopped. That's always like a hard thing. I do it on the option price, and it was 25 cents, but it's still nice gain. Oh yeah. Typically, yeah, yeah. BA also up a couple bucks here, $5. Baidu up almost 17. Futu up 425. I also have that in my long-term account, guys, that I told you about last year. It's on a yearly inside and up, so I want to see what it's going to look like um, next year. So I want to market that, to be quite honest with you guys, like trading it inside and up on the yearly. So what was that? Oh, okay. It sounded like I took a trade. I was like, that yeah, it sure did. Yeah, OCO orders. Yeah. Did I trim Apple? Yeah. Hmm. Yep, it is. The PMZ, I always feel like when I see this type of stuff, so this is what's incredible. It's been working for years. Like, it's not like it just is something new. It's been working for years, right? But I am always scared that the more people that buy it, the worse it gets. You know what I mean? I think that would have to take a ton of buying, meaning a lot of people would have to have it. But it does scare me. When I first started, my buddy Troy was like, you're gonna have to decide one day, man. He's like, these levels are really good. He was like, your ideas are great around them, but you're gonna have to decide one day if you actually want to sell these. He was like, in your business, could sell them. If you're trading by yourself, I would never sell them, because I don't want other people to know. And it really was difficult. I think we sat on the indicators for almost 2 years. And I thought, you're welcome. So well, something that made me feel better was, understanding supply and demand. And supply and demand's been around forever, and yet 90% of people don't trade it. So, all right, let's see here. So we are dropping below the PMZ. Let's see if we get a close here on the ES. Remember, bigger picture. I have to keep reminding everybody we're in supply. All right, so a little bit of action up and down, up and down. The cloud is support. Um, yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how gold does. This could be way early, because it's coming up here towards a period where it could break out. But I'm really interested. So, does it always trade opposite direction as the market? No, right? I mean, I've seen plenty of times where it's doing its thing with the market, but people like to move towards, you know, gold, silver, those type of things if things are going down. But I've never been a big fan of that. Like I don't go buy gold if the market's going down. So I'm really interested to see how um, this pans out. Pans out. That was a good one. Huh? It was. Yep. It sure was. Oh yeah. Yeah, did you do that up towards the springs? Yeah, I did that as well. Uh, hmm 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 the spy hedge that I'm opened up a long time ago. I need to go. I'm gonna look and see. It's a spread. I'm kind of interested to see. I haven't even looked at it. What the straight up put positions are worth. Because if they're super cheap, I might just get rid of the short side. Market has, I mean, absolutely ripped since then. You know, they're still kind of expensive. They're $2.40, 135 days out. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, the only reason I'm able to hold this is because I wrote it off as a loss. Being a bull was very difficult for me to put this on in the first place. You know what I mean? So I immediately wrote it off. I'm like, okay, I've lost X amount of money for this year on hedges. And I know that doesn't sound attractive, but it's kind of, I mean, it's the vice versa of what I did in Tesla. I kept buying the dip over and over and over. And I mean, it was the same thing. I had an amount of money in my head for a longer term trade that I was okay to lose. And if it doesn't pan out, then I've already accepted it. And if it takes off, I have a really good day. You know. And I mean, that's the beauty of a hedge. If it does work out, it's like, man, you can see your hedges be down like 60, 70%, and then all of a sudden, you're trimming at 300, 400%. It's like, whoa. Look at Nvidia really quick. It's a beautiful move as well. hmm hmm I think last week was it, or was it Monday? I can't remember. We were in it, and I was looking for 207, but it looks like it's just trying to head back up to maybe 202, 203. Spotify is only down 30 cents today. Shopify has been on an absolute tear. I mean, we're talking, since the early days of the the reclaim of the YE. This is up from 36 to 50, and it's still looking beautiful on the 4 hour. Look at yeah, the daily is really nice as well, inside and up. My only, what about right here? All these trendy blue bars though. Time to chill out or no? Yeah. hmm Let's do it. How many times would you say in the past, anyone that's used the squeeze for a long time, that you felt like it was about to burn out, but it kept going? Is that very common, or do you feel like it's pretty reliable when it comes to that? hmm hmm Yeah. So it kept saying, "Hey, you might want to be cautious," but it just kept going. You get like 20 blue bars. Yeah. Right. hmm Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, you should have saw yesterday. I mean, it was thick. Probably the thickest I've seen it. I mean, it was just like you could hardly see in front of you, and the droplets from it, everything was soaked. Mm-hmm. Let's go AMD. Get to 85. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Reports today after earnings. Let's find that out. Oh shoot, I think I'm on at Simpler today. See, after close, Meta. Oh, that's tonight. Align, Aflac, Allstate, MetLife. Interesting. Tomorrow morning, Conoco, Lilly, Bristol Myers, Hershey. Thursday, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, Qualcomm, Starbucks. Very nice. Gilead. This is where I think Meta can go tonight. So kind of the same thing. For me, it would be maybe a little bit different though. Short term to the upside, long term to the downside, meaning just a couple weeks out. So it looks like we're out of Tesla, we're out of Apple, AMD. I know that for me, I'm still in over there, and it's looking good. Now, I'm just kind of scanning, see if there's anything that we need to add to the plot. Yes. Go get them. That might be me. Amazing how the ES futures are just stalled at the edge here in supply. What I'd like to look for is whether or not we're making higher pivots. And you can see when we zoom in that we're not so far. So you have a pivot here, and right here. So in my studies, I have found that a new higher high, even if it comes back down, if we get a wick up here, is typically bullish. So you'll get that rounding bottom at an edge. So that's kind of what I'm kind of waiting for and trying to be super patient. Man, Baron, it's so good to see you back. Thanks for coming back, man, and hanging out with us for a while. Appreciate that. T-Camp, sorry guys, I wasn't really paying attention to main chat. T-Camp, I think you asked me something earlier in the morning. I apologize. Let me get up here. Crush equity. Nice trade. Let's see. RJR got his coffee early. I went long, I got shaken out when I dropped below the trendy edge yesterday. Let me see. Let me see what that looks like. So, Dwayne, are you still on the mic, man? If you are, I went over that twice yesterday. You cannot use the PMZ as a stop if an edge is right underneath it. The edge outweighs the PMZ. The edge is a bigger level, if you will. So since it was so close, it would have to be a close underneath that edge. But I get it. Let's go up here. FSLR looking extended up here, looking for a pullback like EMPH. Yes, FSLR, man. Let's look. Yeah, we are also not making lower pivots, so we're completely sideways. FSLR, nice little channel after a big move up. I'd have to look at the higher time frame. Let's go to a daily. Looks pretty good. Looks bullish. Damn, dude. This weekly chart is super bullish, man. Yeah, this is definitely not a short for me. But look how supported the edges are. This is your demand. So if we go right here, so if you take the yearly and the monthly and combine them, you get a zone. Okay. This, I don't know if you do spreads, but this, I feel like this would really, really help you T Camp. I don't know if you could trade spreads, but I feel like the better trades instead of trying to go straight short to kind of like work up some cash here and there would be to sell credit spreads, man. And if you're wrong, just buy back the short side and go long. If you're right, you get to collect money, you know. But look at this weekly chart, man. Now, this is crazy. Like when I look at this, it came back last week to test the EMA cloud. And so that tells me they want it. You know, they're trying to buy it. Short term, I would have to come over here to the daily and then say, okay, well, if I want to short it, where's my risk to reward? It would have to be that 180. So if it closes over 180.80, then I would get out. And your reward to the downside would have to be the cloud, which is around 174.60 right now. So, you know, you're looking at $4 to the downside and a $2 stop. So if you thought, you know, these edges are going to be resistance, and I'm sure everybody feels the same way. If you're looking at a play today, it's like, man, you know, Jerome could completely annihilate your whole idea of a trade. So, but if you're okay with, you know, the setup, then, you know, it would look like this, in my opinion. And let's just kind of let's come down into some smaller time frames, the 4 hour, and just make sure. So your demand zone here, yeah, I mean it's your 4 hour demand zone is also around 171. So this one's hard, man. I just don't. Yeah. So these are, and you're coming into earnings, right? So you have, well, March. So you have some time. But man, it's consolidating so well. It really is. Like, so this is what to me it looks like with the levels there. Mhm. It's also an inside and up on the monthly. So if you take that red candle and you draw a line right on it, on the body, not the wick, it's kind of like that is your line in the sand for this setup. So right across here. So it'd have to be like, just draw a line straight across here. That would be the reward, but that's also if I'm going long term, even though it looks crazy, I stay long as long as this doesn't break. Nice. Yeah. So it makes sense, right? So that's the reward, man. I have like this saying where I personally like to go a little bit more out of the money if I feel like I'm kind of counter trend trading, because we know the bigger trend is up, right, in that situation. But we also know that at some point it has to pull back. Mhm. Netflix is interesting. I think this is a rounding bottom, but it also looks, obviously range bound. Push up into 365 and then maybe back down to 342 and possibly 326, or that push up towards 387 that we've been looking for. But either way, right now, it's a round and bottom. It's holding the mid. These are the kind of trades I like, T Camp, where I'm thinking scalp, is just like it's holding here. My reward is here, then here. And my stop, like current price is at 357. Netflix stop 354 and a half. I get 365 for a weekly trade, man. Like you have two weekly edges, and if you go back and back test these, we typically hit one side. And I've talked about this a lot. You can, by Friday, you can see your future edges. And if you buy both edges, right? I've never done this. Me and my, closer friends who were around the house back in the day when we started creating these was like, these could pay off, like, especially if they're cheap. You know, some of these edges are way down here and people wouldn't expect that, or some of these edges are way up here and they wouldn't expect that. So if you combine them, it's almost like my earning strategy. If you buy both sides and one of them hits, it pays for, um, the trade plus more, which is kind of interesting. So, but also, if you're thinking about the market potentially doing a cycle down, into its, the first couple weeks of February or something. That's where I love spreads too, man. Like buying put debit spreads. That way you're not like you don't feel like you're trying to, you know, time the market perfectly, that's almost like that's how I feel about a spread. You're just reducing your risk, and you know that you're taking a shot at something you're not sure is going to happen, and it just provides a really nice return with such a different way of approaching it. Instead of buying $5 for a put, you're paying 50 cents for a put and you can make $5. Like if your overall thought process is right, that's where I feel like, you know, where you get the turn, you know, the turn. Like how good are we, you or anybody else? How good are you at timing the market every single time? If you really like were to jot down every time you try to time the market and you're wrong, like for a major change, right? For a cycle change, if you're batting like 20%, that means 80% of the time you're wrong. I would have to say that the better strategy for that would be credit spreads, or sorry, debit spreads or credit spreads. You know, you're going to lose a lot less money trying and kind of keep you in the game longer. Yeah, exactly. And plus, it doesn't hurt. You're like, ah, shit. I was completely wrong. I I totally got murdered on these puts that I paid $4 a piece for. That's why on these earnings trades, I just feel like, it's like for example, I'll probably go over this at simpler, but Meta, um, with my levels, if I come over here and look to trade this, I'd be looking at 140 by 135 to the downside. Okay, so let's see. So implied volatility is 160% right now. All right. So if I thought that this could go down to 140, these are going to cost me $3.80. Like F that, you know? But if I buy the 140 and sell the 135, I only pay $1.35, right? And I get paid 365. I can tighten them. This is my edge right here at 137. So why not sell or buy the 140, sell the 137? Now it's only 85 cents. So 85 cents pays 214. That's not a huge return. I think Meta, they pay out or they move. The market makers are saying 14 and a half right now. Um, 14 bucks to the downside. That's about is exactly where my levels are. You know, something if it took a big hit, it'd come back down to the monthly, which is 126. Those are 96 cents. So if I did 128 by 126, right? Yeah, 126. Those are 24 cents, right? So remember on this one, I was saying like longer term, short, um, shorter term call side. That's kind of remember last couple ones I've been doing the complete opposite. But for some reason, this is just a gut call for me. Is short term up and longer term back down. So, you know. But anyways, those are 24 cents, and that would be aiming down here towards this edge. And those pay out again, 24 bucks a spread, and you get paid 176, man. And if you're wrong, like, who cares? Fuck, you lost 25 bucks, man. You know? Now, if I go out and buy, I think that Facebook's going down, and I'm going to keep calling it Facebook. I just can't call it Meta. But if it goes down and I'm trying to, you know, buy the 138s, these are 300 bucks, man. If I'm wrong, even if I'm right, I could lose value here, with 160%. I'm still going to lose money. What if they are range bound and they only got down like $4? I'm still going to lose a ton of money. It's just not worth it. So, All right, guys, I'm gonna take a little break, drink some water. I have a session over at Simpler at 10:30 Central Time, so in about 30 minutes or so. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Jonathan. Let's go ahead and get started here. As you guys know, I just like to say this right off the bat. I'm a supply and demand trader, and I am going to go over the ES future. So I want to be trading the portfolio, my portfolio, in the direction that I see ES futures trading for today. So that was a nice little trade that JC threw on. I have to agree with him. Um, that's how I got into futures myself. Took a couple trades. They worked out great. And then I found out the hard way that they're not easy, right? And they tend to, for some reason, raise your blood pressure a little bit more than options and equity. So I don't know if anybody's in that same boat, but I definitely have to agree with that. So my doctor has told me before, hey, John, lay off the futures. Like this is a true story. So for me, what I have to say, just kind of piggyback on that, is that you have the option to trade options in the futures. And this is like one of my favorite things to do because I'm able to give it a little bit more flexibility. And I'll go over that here in a few minutes. But first, let's just go through, I'm going to take you through the weekly. And then I'm going to take you through the daily, and then we'll look at the 4 hour, and then we're going to look at the 5 minute chart. Okay, so let's go ahead and start there. So the weekly chart itself, as I've said before, way back in the day, back here, it seems like forever. In October, we came into an area of demand, and then we created this really beautiful inside and up formation. The first target from here would have been the cloud. This is just an EMA cloud, and what I like to use here is the 913 22 and the 44. Now this goes best with my strategy using supply and demand. And we use these as targets when we're underneath them. And then when price is above them, we use them as support. Notice after we created this demand, we pushed up in here, we hit some resistance. We got very close to the overall supply zone back in December. Now, I have to say this shocked me that we didn't quite make it into the 4,224 level. And because of that, I do believe that we're headed there as long as this is a if this, then that. If price can hold the cloud, and once again, if we zoom in here, okay, you'll notice that price has already come back to the cloud to test what was resistance is now support. Another thing that I want you to see is this inside and up formation. So in the world of supply and demand, this right now is demand and price has come back, and this shows us that it's demand. If you think about it, this is like the clearance rack sell, if you would. So when price gets up to prices where, it wants to pull back, price discovery, it comes back to where the market knows participants will jump into the trade. And that happens to be right around the inside and up formation. Okay. All right. So moving on from a weekly perspective, notice we have red candles, white candles, green candles. Now for the cloud, what we use, there's a lot of code behind it. It's giving me buy and sell signals, but at the same time, it's also changing colors due to momentum based off of EMA crosses and so forth. And what I really love about this is if you do this and then look at the TTM Squeeze Pro, they pretty much are in line. They start firing, we start to get this really beautiful trendy blue there, and that lets me know that the market's ready to take off. So we have a lot of confluence here out of demand and supply married up with the TTM Squeeze Pro. Okay. Now moving on, this is the daily, and again, guys, I put these out over the weekend. That way, I'm putting my blueprints out there, and I can trade based off of these. Far as the daily is concerned, our trigger long this week, and today is Wednesday, put this out on Sunday, our trigger long was between 40.38 and 39.87. What I like to do is when price comes into these levels, we are looking for the TTM squeeze on the lower time frames. We're looking for yellow bars. So again, not on the daily, I would flip over into anywhere from probably a 30-minute to a 5-minute to a 3-minute. It just kind of depends on how long you want to be in the trade. Okay. So again, if I'm trading my portfolio off of the ES futures, what are we seeing? We're seeing that the cloud is support. We're seeing that we are making higher lows from previous demand. Far as this goes, we do have pivot highs up here, and we have not made a new pivot high. So really, the overall trend is bullish, but currently sideways. Okay. And we are in what we call a down range. Okay. moving on, this is the 4 hour. Also, this has been money. And this is where I believe these zones are going to come into play during FOMC. So somebody had asked a question to JC. Now, I trade supply and demand a little bit differently. All right. So for me, I identify zones before the FOMC drops news or whatever the case may be. So what we're looking for in this event is to trade off of the zones. Okay. I like volatility. I like when price comes into it. But the cool thing is we have a lot of options. You don't have to trade ES futures. We could trade ES options. We could trade SPX, a little bit more volatile as well. Or we could trade the SPY based off of the blueprints that I'm providing here. Okay, so notice up here we had an inside and down. I'm going to zoom in. I've taught many of you this process here, and I want to show it to you again. This is an inside and down formation. And over here to the left, we had an inside and up formation. Price came into that level, and we have pushed up. This was our playing field coming into Sunday. So if you could imagine, none of this was here. Okay. So we stayed very patient, and man, was it difficult to stay patient, to be honest with you. It just kind of was trickling down, and then we would get these big pops. But overall, it did come into our level, and then we got a nice move. Well, coincidence, you could see that we push right into supply right before a news event. So news is the catalyst that pushes price into demand or supply. Okay. So this is the greatest scenario for me to teach you if this, then that. And these are the levels for me. If the ES futures can bid over this edge up here, and again, these are automated levels that I use to identify supply and demand. If the ES futures can push and bid above this 40.93 level, I'm looking for 41.10, 41.35, and 41.54. I do believe if we break through supply, these will be the targets to the upside, 41.35, 41.54. But please understand, for right now, we're basically in a chop cycle until Jerome jumps on the mic, and then we got some big names reporting. Notice the support on a 4 hour. Notice the resistance. Therefore, choppy cycle. This is what I would consider neutral. Sure, we can scalp inside of here, but this is not really the time to be, overly bullish or bearish, in my opinion. Okay. All right. So to the downside, in the event, okay, let me go ahead and go over this. Same thing I said this morning, and I want to cover it here with you guys. In the event that price breaks down and he says something hawkish, what I'll be looking for when most traders are panicking, okay, what I'm looking for are the major levels that are on my chart. It's going to be this yellow line, this red one, and then this yellow one here. In the event we pull all the way back to here, I will be looking to go long based off of higher lows, okay? The way that I look at this, and this might be hard for some traders to grasp at first, but I look at it as an opportunity to get into the market. I want to go long on the pullbacks into demand, and I want to trim and or go short on the push into supply. Okay. Now I know it sounds trivial. It seems easy, but the majority of participants actually do the opposite. Most people get long towards here, and most people get out of their longs here, or they go short here. Okay. So again, I want to identify these levels with you guys and go over those. All right. Yeah, so Matt W., that would be a short swing. Okay. I think you're talking about time, right? The cool thing is volatility in an event with the FOMC or anything that's going on, macroeconomics, is that we get a big enough push in a lot of cases where you don't really need to hold on for a long swing. I mean, let's just think about it for a second. If price were to come down, like I'm saying, and make that higher low and bounce off of this edge here at 4,016, we will look to bounce all the way back up towards 76 and possibly 4110. So, I mean, 70 to 80 points or so, maybe even 100, depending on what kind of volatility we get in the market. I think for me, that kind of classifies as a long and short-term trade that really worked out well. Yeah. So the time frame, this is a 4 hour, and then I'm looking to be in the trade. It could take, shoot, I've done this several times. We actually have live feed of this where we take the demand zones and the supply zones almost to the tick. And what we're looking for is for this to happen within typically 30 minutes. Like it's pretty quick. All right. But one thing I'm going to do with you guys is just to teach you. I've already hit these zones and they've worked out. What I want to do is teach you how to identify because we could just be using 30-minute zones. And I want to show you how to do that here in a second. Okay. So again, here's the 4 hour, and then you guys know I like to use what's called the PMZ or the pre-market zone. First things first, this morning as we broke out of the PMZ, we had a risk of 2.5 points. We hit the line in the sand. These were automated targets to the upside. Then we broke down to the downside. For me, to be very transparent, we're just trading. The only thing that we've traded today is AMD, Apple, Tesla, and all of these were positive trades. Let's see. Yeah. So these were all positive trades for us. Okay, and we'll go over those here in a second if needed. But for me, I like this. This for me is 4th of July. Um, I personally love to trade events because it really showcases the importance of supply and demand. And then you start to realize that supply and demand kind of comes before everything. I mean, think about this for a minute, folks. Like I've been here for, I think, 6 or 7 months, and I've shown this, I would say, at least a dozen times. And they typically work almost to the tick. So it's not like this is a high insight um, strategy. That's what I love about supply and demand is it really does give you an edge. It allows you to create the playing field before it actually happens. And then when you create that playing field, you trade off of that playing field. So for example, I want to be looking to go long anything down here. I shouldn't say anything. There's a couple things that wouldn't work out down here. But again, the majority of everything I'm looking at, Amazon, Spotify, AMD, Tesla, all these type of trades, we're looking to go long down here, and then we're looking to trim and be careful into this level. And again, these are pushed out over Sunday night, just to kind of give you that idea. This is where the edge is, supply and demand, okay? 5 minute, this is what this looks like. Let's do this together. I'm going to change this to a 30-minute, okay? And then I'm going to change down here. We're going to create a new drawing set and use, let's go down to, actually, let's go to default and see what I got on there. I'll go ahead and clear this. And let's go over this strategy just really quick so you guys can get it and really understand how to identify these zones, okay? A007, how are you? Yeah, we'll talk about that here in a second, and I'll give you my levels, okay? Because we kind of worked up Meta already, and so I'll kind of show you what I'm looking for into earnings today, okay? All right. So right here on the 30-minute on ES futures, what I'm doing, okay, what I'm doing is taking into consideration this trend right here. This is what I'm working with, okay? Everybody understand that. So I'm only looking at this, and what I'm looking for are explosive candles. Can anybody tell me why? So if you were to look at a candle, not all candles are created equally, right? Some are smaller, some are bigger. Now, again, you've heard me say this plenty times. I'm not into volume. I've never used volume because I believe that the candles can tell you where volume is, right? You don't need an indicator to tell you that there's more volume behind this candle than there was on this candle, okay? So if we just take a line and literally put it underneath this, you can see that price came down here, came very close to the volume or the chaotic candle, and then price moved up, okay? So what I'm looking for though is that structure that I taught you guys, inside and up and inside and down formations, identify institutional buying and selling on higher time frames. Now again, institutional buying and selling for me happens around anything I would say from 4 hours and up. I love using yearly, monthly, and quarterly charts, but in this instance, for this volatility moment, I'm going to identify with you guys 30-minute zones. Okay. Notice right here, inside and down formation, this is the 30-minute inside and down, and you can see that every single time that the market bids, it cannot get over the 30-minute zone. Okay. All right. Yes. Bigger the candle, the more conviction. Okay. Bigger the candle, the bigger the conviction. However, it's very important to understand, is this a fresh zone or has this zone been tested? All right. Now just watch, guys. Watch with me because I promise you this looks easy, but it's real easy to kind of mess things up as well. Really easy to identify an inside and down, right? Told you guys, I have this explained in like a 4-minute video how to identify this. All right. Notice when price leaves here, okay, we want to see, does it ever come back up to test the zone? It does. It goes there. It goes here. It goes here. And you can see it's tested several times. So let's go ahead and annotate in here really quick. Not fresh. Okay. Not fresh can be broken. All right. Need you to understand that. So if I'm wanting to go short into a zone, it's typically not into a zone like this that's been tested over and over. The idea is just like, it's not the same. Please, please understand that. It drives me crazy when somebody says that support and resistance is the same as supply and demand. They are completely different. All right. I could tell you that my paycheck, that, you know, what I had to pay to get into supply and demand school and learn this would say differently. I hope I didn't go to school and spend $60,000+ to learn about supply and demand when it's just support and resistance, right? So what you have to understand though is that when I'm teaching you this, that this line up here or this zone, the more it's tested, it can break. So for people who do say resistance and support, remember, as we test it over and over, it does get weaker. Okay. So I'm not wanting to go short here right now, especially if we spike into here, because again, the idea is that it's weak. Now, what I do from here is I take this and I look down and to the left, and I'm looking for little pockets of what we call demand. Okay. Or just let's call it formations in this event. Notice right here, I have a level. It's very close to my automated level. You have the arrows here letting me know as well that we have a little bit of demand in here. And the question would be, when price left here, has it come back? It has not. So this right here is a key level for me. Let's go ahead and identify that level. We're going to come just above it and just below it. Okay, so about 40.52 to 40.46. Notice that I'm not trying to dissect this and get too particular. One thing that I would like to say to you guys and would ask for you guys to do is in your trading, try not to be so particular. Trading, if you're trying to make it perfect, you're really going to get your feelings hurt. You're going to get your feelings hurt. Okay. So what I try to do is I try to find a playing field around the levels, and that's where I look to get in and out. Okay. Now, do you see an explosive move out of here? Anybody? What would you guys say? Is this an explosive move right in here? This level that we just found, would you call this an explosive move out of here? Joe says no. Anybody else? Jen, yes. Okay. Well, here, I would actually have to say that this is, so when I was taught supply and demand in this event right here, folks, this would actually be retail. That's you and I. Okay. Nice one. Nice one. On a higher time frame, probably yes, maybe, or maybe on a lower time frame. So here, this is a big order. Okay, and you can apply this, folks, to Amazon, Apple, it doesn't matter. This is a bigger order, more volume. Okay, after that big volume comes out or that big order, what happens? Retail, that's you and me, typically start to add on. That's us, small money. Okay, and we're making the move. Okay, just follow along. You can make some money, boom, then you get an explosive move again. Retail tries to follow up here, but I want you to notice something. My automated level here says do not go long. Okay, do not go long. If this, then that. Okay, everybody following along so far? So retail jumps in after they see the bigger moves, and then it starts to fade. Okay, meanwhile, this right here, again, using if this, then that, and understanding that this is a supply zone. You do not go long in supply zones. Period. Okay? Especially in something this tight. All right? So down and to the left, the answer for me, folks, is this is not explosive. Actually, this is retail coming in after the event. But look at this automated level, folks. This is where I teach people to get in. This is not where I teach people to get in. Okay? So again, this is where I'm looking to get in. Okay? And this is where we're looking to trim, is up here. So I'm kind of like one of those. I had a good question this morning. Hey, John, what do we do if we miss, X, Y, and Z? How do we get into this trade? And I could teach you guys some of that stuff too. But for right now, this is what we call a double inside and up with a chaotic candle or an explosive candle. This candle here is bigger than these candles. We can all agree on that. So your better level is actually just under here, okay? And I want to identify that right here, okay? I'm not saying we can't bounce from this red line, but the bigger level is right here. And I want to ask myself one more time, just to make sure when price left here, did price make it back here? It has not, okay? So this is fresh, and this level down here is fresh. I just want everybody to see that. So from a short perspective, this is a short off of this zone until proven otherwise. At this time of day, folks, at 10:30, and I appreciate coming in at 10:30, but it's not my favorite time to be on here. Okay? Like far as like trading, right? We came into the euro close, the market's just kind of choppy, and really the bigger moves were in the beginning of the day. Would I comment on the math behind the yes, they do, and I'll be more than happy to show you. So they populate on every chart. Yeah. So for example, like for futures, we have a futures room. My process, basically I teach the process, but I teach, in this case, how to fish. So you have the levels, you trade off the levels, and it's the same thing every single day. It's just very, very mechanical. Okay, very mechanical. So anyways, I'm showing you guys how to find these areas. I think this is really important so you can appreciate it, right? My grandpa or my father would tell you that, instead of paying for something, go out and try to build it, and if you don't like building it, at least you learn and then you can pay for it later. So I'm trying to teach you how to build this first. You can see that my automated levels are already there inside these zones, okay? So that's already there. I did this because I got lazy after a while, and this is what we call convenience, okay? Yeah, definitely, Matt. This is why up here. So really quick, Matt, does your TOS chart look like this? Do you use Thinkorswim? So I say kind of the same things every time I get on here. Okay. And do you have this set up right here? Remind me if you guys do not. Okay. I'm going to give you a 3-minute demonstration here in a few how to set this up. All right. Because seriously, if you're in here and you're not using multiple time frames, I would be shocked. All right, so definitely get into the habit of doing that. And actually, before we press on, let me just go ahead and show you guys really fast, okay? So are you guys ready to learn this really, really quickly? It's super important. Um, this is really going to help. So David, that question right there, I do not make money in speculating. I make money in waiting for my levels, okay? So that is the difference. That I would tell you to write that down. We're all about patience, process, profits. Okay. So you got to wait for the levels, then we execute. All right. Let's go ahead and take this off. So really quick, this is a plain chart. Does everybody get that? This is a plain chart. Okay. We are going to step 2. Come up here. See this square? Boom. Right there. I want you to click here. Let's just make it 3, just like that. Let's go ahead and load McDonald's into each one or whatever you want to do. Mickey D's. Boom. We have 3 Mickey D's. Now this one could be a daily. I don't care what you use for time frames. My favorite are weekly, daily, 4-hour, and 5-minute. Okay. So just set these up the way that you like them. Daily, 4-hour, and let's just make this, I don't know. Let's come over here and do a 2-hour. All right. Once you set these up and everything's good to go, all right, all you have to do, this is going to be the next step. You ready? Go to this first chart right here. This chart right here. Right click on that chart and go to maximize sell. Boom. Maximize sell. Now you have 3 boxes up here. See these arrows? The next step is that you just click on these arrows to get from your daily to your 4-hour to your 5-minute. And if you have a problem, if it happens like this, come up here, click this little guy right here, hit auto, and then just take your scroll bar and come across until you find it. Okay, and that's your 5 minutes. So once again, boom. That's how we go through time frames very quickly and understand how to trade these. Okay. Yeah, and if you're doing this on several different charts, this can really slow down your computer. Okay. So, like, for example, if I come over here and click or hover over this, look at all these little charts I have open. Now, again, I'm demonstrating, I teach a lot, so I have a lot of charts open at the moment, but this is how you do it, guys. If you have any further questions, just let me know. Let's go ahead and X out of that. Okay. So here we are. ES futures. Now let's get into the good stuff. Let me see, what's going on this morning. Like, let's talk about coming in the morning and having a trade plan. Every single morning, we come in with basically three setups. Okay, 3 setups. So I have a chart that has 3 squares up here. It just gives me 3 different looks. Okay, and what we do is on that higher time frame is that we look for the setup we want. Okay, now you might have different reasons why you're looking for a particular setup, right? It might be that some kind of news event came out and it's like, hey, Apple, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, I love Apple. Let's see how it lines up with the charts. So this morning, I want to take you one by one on this. Okay. So this morning, Apple came into the trendy edge. I didn't care that it touched it. What I cared about was executing it right around this area. So I took the trade and then I closed up here, or I trimmed up here at my next level. Does everybody understand that? Pretty mechanical. Okay. Execute, trim, bring stops up, close out. This trade here, AMD, Melissa, trades with me. The biggest thing here was we both had an agreement that we wanted to concentrate on AMD. Why did we want to concentrate on AMD? If you go up towards the top here, you'll see that, Danielle was talking about their earnings and that their earnings look great. And we saw that they gapped up a little bit. Okay. So the idea here was on a 5-minute chart using the PMZ, the pre-market zone. Let me just kind of show you here, is that no bias. I mean, honestly, there's absolutely no bias. If it went to the upside, above the PMZ, you wanted to take the trade. Okay. me go ahead and show you this. So we're going to zoom into today. Now again, these levels are here and they're automated. This is not high insight trading. Boom. It goes over the PMZ. The results are here. If you guys have any questions, what I'm trying to do is teach you how to get set up, teach you what to look for, and then you can take this and put it on your favorite charts and then incorporate all the different things that you're learning. They can synergistically come together and help you out. Okay. So again, if you look here, once we break out of here, okay, you can look down here at your TTM squeeze and so forth and start to look at the comparisons and what happens. Okay. Tesla, same kind of trade here. The long was initiated right here at the edge, and then the trims came up here towards the PMZ. Basically what happens on your charts, okay, is that you have those levels that I'm showing you. And let's just go with a yellow, and these are the automated levels. The idea here, folks, just so that you understand, is really capturing the overall trend of the market. I'm not counter trend trading, and a lot of new traders and even veteran traders, they have a hard time with this. What I'm looking for is what is the trend on the higher time frame. Okay, the higher time frame. So if over here AMD has been doing this for weeks, the trend is up. Okay, but then when it starts to drop, what you'll hear is chatter, right? It's like, oh man, you know, it's been up too long, it needs to do this, it needs to do that. Well, that's where these come into play. We're just mechanical, staying in a trade or looking to buy the dip as long as the overall trend is up. So between these levels, what we're looking for in the event it comes down, we're looking to buy the dip at the level. Down here, let's go ahead and make this blue, okay, this box. This is the histogram for the TTM Squeeze Pro. What I'm looking for when we hit a lower demand level, okay, is I am looking for the TTM Squeeze histogram, which you'll get down here on a lower time frame. I switch over to a 5-minute, and that's why the 5-minute is my entry for most intraday trades, okay? What you'll see over here is you'll see a bunch of little red drops just like this, okay? And then once we get to demand, what you'll notice is you'll start to get the yellow bars, and boom, this confluence, okay, because you might drop a little bit more, and then as we start to push up, you'll start to get this confluence right here, and then boom, explosion. Let's have fun. Guess what? The overall trend is intact, and we're headed to the upside. Everybody understand that? If you don't, please let me know. Now, I just taught you how to like literally find inside and up and inside and down formations. And if you need more clarification, again, I have a video. It's free. It's easy. Just watch it. If you have questions, please reach out to me. Okay. Notice, once again, price continues to move to the downside. Okay. Now let's keep moving on. So if I think that the market is overall bullish, and we go back to the weekly, it looks like this. Again, if I'm attached to the bigger picture, folks, if this, then that. I love to be on the bigger side of the market, not what's happening immediately right now, even though we have a lot of intraday trades. This is where, for me, it's important for my mental health. Listen to me, my mental health. Because if I'm so drawn in by the small ticks every single day, I start to lose what's going on in the bigger picture. And then I find myself going down this wormhole. And I've been in the wormhole before, and I'm telling you, it's not a good place to be. Okay? This, every single day, I can come in and go, hey, man, bigger picture is up. You know, let's buy the dip. So I come into the smaller time frames, I'm looking to buy that dip. Okay? Yeah, they're on YouTube. There's a lot on YouTube. I always tell everybody go to the videos that have the yellow background. Those are your key videos that you want to be checking out. Yeah. Serini, again, the EMAs that I use are 9, 13, and 22, but that's for my specific um, strategy. Okay. And I know that you might be like, well, I use a 10 and he uses a 9 and I use a 14 and he uses a 13. It just works for me. Okay. All right, so let's move on. So that was ES. I had a question earlier. Hey, John, do the levels work on NQ? They're on every single chart. So again, if we just come over here to NQ, same thing, we'd be trading off of the PMZ. Matter of fact, look how beautiful the NASDAQ PMZ is working today. So if you like to trade the NASDAQ and you want a mechanical strategy, look at the PMZ, folks. I mean, seriously. So every single morning, this tells you your risk. It tells you where your triggers are. So PMZ high, like I'm looking to go long over that number, and I'm looking to go short underneath this number. Notice that price picked up into the PMZ, you go short. If you guys are future traders, you can see this is a really nice risk to reward. Okay, 7.8 is your risk. Your reward, folks, is going to be automated levels and then finding structure down here below or going to higher time frames. This is the same thing. I also do the NASDAQ in advance for everybody on a Sunday. And this is what the weekly looks for the NASDAQ. If you notice, the NQ is lagging. I think we all know that. Price is pushed up into the cloud. That cloud has resistance until proven otherwise. Really straightforward. If this, then that. We need a weekly candle to close over this cloud. Okay, and with Apple, Amazon, and all those guys reporting, it's possible. But if for some reason something goes wrong and price pulls back, then bears, you need under 11,697. Okay. Now let's get into some good stuff and see if we can find any sort of trade. What I'll hear in the background is typically, and I don't mean right here, I just mean in general, is that a lot of people will wait until FOMC happens. Okay. For me, it's technicals first, always. The reason why I say this is because we tend to win more than we lose. Okay? We win more than we lose. We have a very high win rate, all right, in the trades that are presented. Okay? And so that's what I hold on to. I don't hold on to what the news event is going to be. I could care less. I really could. Because I don't get paid to think about where the market's going. I get paid to execute a trade. Okay? So that's what's happening here. All right? So here's Baidu. Now, Baidu, from a longer term perspective, I'm looking for price to push up into 159. Okay? This right here, my other automated level here, 139 is support. This is the bigger picture. You love what you see down here, I'm sure. Now let's go into the smaller time frame. Okay, this is going to be the daily. Big gap up. Are you scared of gaps? Let me show you a trick that can really help you. Find the gap. I want you to measure from the gap into the pivot high. Identify the 23.6. I've shown you guys this before, and the 38.2. This is going to be support of the gap. I will share this with you once I'm done. Support of gap. Okay. And then up here, again, this is my target right there. Just like that. All right. Everybody understand? So right here, these are levels. All right. Levels work. They really do more than they don't, as long as you know how to identify them. All right. So supportive gap. This is our target. Now let's go into here. Let's talk about what happened this morning. So if you notice, we gapped up pretty big, right? And at first, okay, I need you guys to follow along with me. At first, what you would be thinking is, there's no way that I can buy this. How do I buy this? Watch this. If I take the chaotic candle, the big move, and I measure only that candle, after what I just taught you, of finding the 23 and the 38. This is what we consider, what I teach is the bull channel of that big volume candle. Okay. Where do we buy the gap up? You buy it at the 23.6 and between the 38.2. Well, what do you do like far as a stop in those type of things? Let me show you guys. Okay. This is Fibonacci. All right. And what you do is you look at the difference between this. Let's take this off just so it's a little bit cleaner. Okay. We'll take that off. Take that off for right now. It's 150 by 149.29. Okay, 150.30 by 149.29. Folks, this is a dollar risk trading off of this strategy. $1 risk. If anybody doesn't understand, please let me know. $1 risk. Now, the difference that we teach is commit to the candle. And you guys have probably heard me say this before. Committing to the candle means you wait for the close of the candle, not a touch of the candle. I can't tell you how many people get stopped out because it touches their level. Oh man, price came back to my level. It touched it. I'm stopped out. Price goes right back up. I knew that would happen to me. Just go back. I want you to write it down. Put it in a journal. Go back to every time. If you guys have a sound process, go back to every time that you were stopped out and look back, depending on what time frame you use, go back and look and say to yourself, if I would have waited for a close of this candle, would I have been stopped out? Okay. All right. This I'm I'm telling you, if you're not using this, this is a free strategy that I'm teaching you that has changed people's lives. This is like one of the easiest things that you don't need an indicator. You just measure and you put the methodology and the Fibonacci behind it. You're okay with the risk. You execute the trade. You understand that the overall trend is up, so you want to buy the 23 and 38. But listen up. You can't be the person that's afraid to execute, because the people that are afraid to execute, what happens is that this has already happened 3 times today. 3 times it came back into this level and worked. If you're the person that comes back on the 5th time and says, all right, man, I'm taking it, the odds are this is going to happen. Okay, that's what's really important about using supply and demand and Fibonacci. Okay. Yeah, so the stop would have been a close underneath the 38.2. Okay, so real quick, let's measure it again. That's a great question. Let's zoom in. The risk was $1. A stop is a close underneath the 38.2. Now, I can hear it without anybody saying that, hey, what if I'm in a position and I'm waiting for the stop, something happens, and the 5-minute candle goes down $4? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, with our strategy, looking at trend, doing this, we win a lot more than we lose. So we don't concentrate on the 2%. We concentrate on the higher percent. That's what keeps me going every single day, folks. Every single day. We concentrate on the probabilities of trades working out in our favor based off the process we use. It's a sample size. If you go back and you look at the number of trades you're taking, looking at your win rate, and looking at how many times this works out for you, why are you concerned about the time that it doesn't work out? Now, again, this is providing that somebody's using the same technique over and over and over. If you're switching up your process, that's a different story. I've been using the same process for a really long time. Okay. All right. So that is how I use and understand how to get into a trade that you feel like may be FOMO. There is a technique behind it. Let's go ahead and go over here really quick. It's 11:18. We're going to double click. I have scanners. And what I'm doing is typically I'm looking for yellow, okay? Green is okay if it's right outside the PMZ. So what this is called a PMZ scanner. I'm going to come over here and click on Adobe. Now again, you're probably not going to see a lot of action right here, but that's okay. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. All right, so there's a PMZ trade. We missed it, unfortunately, but that's okay. So this is a PMZ trade, and as soon as it breaks above, you want to be looking to go long if the risk to reward is there. So let's just quickly go over this process in case we find a trade really fast to trade. Your risk is going to be right here. I usually will round that up. So if it says 22, I'll make it 25 cents, and it doesn't matter if I'm trading options or equity. Okay. Next thing is it tells me where to get long. Okay, by just looking at the high here. Okay. So moving on down, let's see what else we got. XLP, XLU. None of those sound very interesting to me, to be quite honest with you. Here's Snap. Let's see what Snap's doing this morning. Now, after a big sell-off, I wouldn't expect a big move out of something. So on Snap, big move down. Okay. Notice where it stopped. Okay. Again, guys, these levels didn't pop up this morning. These are actually here from last week. Okay. So notice where Snap stopped. Came right into a trendy edge. It moved from 966 all the way into the cloud, which is around 1030, 1040. So again, nice for a quick day trade. Let's keep on moving down here and let's look at TLT. Also, I want to go over the gold trade that I took. Okay, just here in a second. Yeah, let's go to TLT. Let's get to a 5-minute. Okay, so here is a PMZ trade, but the bigger note, look where we went bid. These are the trendy edges. Okay, for me, the way that I look at this, we've already missed the trade because if we break out above the PMZ, my reward just doesn't look great. It's around 107.65. I'd go long at 107.47. It's a choppy market. Therefore, this trade is no good to me. The trade was better at the trendy edge. And again, if you have a name that you're interested in, then you do this before the morning. If we break down below the PMZ, you look to go short, you can trim at the automated levels and so forth. Okay. All right. So before I get into gold, my actual trade that I'm interested in, and somebody asked about this, is what are my levels for earnings? If you guys know, I love to trade earnings, and I do it by using debit spreads. I've never asked John what he thought about this, but I would be curious on his feedback. It works really, really well for me. Okay. Actually, I think it's one of the best strategies to use into earnings. Okay. I don't necessarily like butterflies because if it pushes through, you're managing, you're frustrated. I don't like iron condors because it's a volatile market. And if you push through, it just gets frustrating. With debit spreads, okay, with using debit spreads, what I'm doing is I'm using supply and demand levels. Okay, so check this out. These are the levels that I see on my chart. And I do this before I look at the Analyze tab. I don't really want to know what market makers are doing until the end. So I use my strategy first, and then I go back and look at the Analyze tab. That's really, really important for me. A couple things about Meta. It's already tested the SMA, the simple moving average. Okay. And guess what? It stalled. If you look at the edges, notice that basically we're in a channel right here. We've stalled. All I've done is go to a higher time frame, folks, on the weekly. I found some demand and I found supply. Notice that this supply zone on a higher time frame is actually in line with, and we'll actually pull this down just a tad, about right there, is in line with this this gap down. Okay, so according to looking for supply and demand, I'm looking for a move that could possibly be 17 to the upside. And to the downside, I'm looking for a move that could potentially, all the way to the downside here, be about 13. Now, once I came up with these numbers, then I can go over to the Analyze tab, okay? And I can look up Meta. And right now, the market makers are saying about $14.50. Now, you can see that that lines up with the demand zone. So one thing I do know is if we drop to the downside, the market makers and myself are on the same page. However, what the market makers aren't taking into consideration is the potential of the upside move in Meta. And so this always grabs my attention because I'm looking at, the strikes, I'm looking at implied volatility, and I'm looking to see these type of trades because my debit spreads, what I'll do with debit spreads, okay, is that I will buy the shorter, whatever side that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the overall trend. So for in this example, all right, for this one, I'm looking for price to stall in here. So because of that, or sorry, I take that back. If price stalls in here, we're looking for this level in here. And then I set up the debit spreads and I only look to spend anywhere between, this is crazy, 0.25 to 0.5. Okay. And then what I'm looking for on a return is anywhere from 200%, okay, to 500%. And what happens is when I hit these, okay, one of these I will buy out about 2 or 3 weeks, and the other one I'll do this week. Okay. And when these hit, they pay for the other side of the trade, and I make extra money making it a free trade. Okay. So if you're into spreads, let me kind of show you what I mean by this. Price comes down. Okay. I get my spread fill. Let's say I make 200%. I paid for the entire trade. And that's what I'm trying to do. I try to get both these debits around the same price. Okay. So I pay for it. And then what happens is when price comes down into my level, I'm up here looking at this and I buy back the short side. And now I'm long the calls for a longer period of time into the future. Okay. So I think this earning season, I've only taken 4, I believe. I would have to go back and look. We are 4 for 4. It's pretty crazy. I mean, honestly. But this is not the first time I've done this. I've been doing this for years. All right. And I just use supply and demand. I just use my levels and I use debit spreads and I go through the different strikes to figure out which ones will pay for which ones and make it a free trade. Yes. So Bart, you asked Trini John, are you measuring fibs on the first candle per the time chart? So what I'm doing is I'm measuring. So really quick, let's go to a white screen. If something moves up, chaotic. So all I'm doing is taking that pivot low, okay? And as soon as you get that first opportunity for the market to come down, you're then measuring the pivot high, and then I'm looking for 23 and 38%. Does that make sense? So again, this would be 23.6. This would be like your 38.2, and I'm waiting for price to come back into those levels. Okay? Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense, and you can use that. All right, so let's go really quick because I'm running out of time. We'll get over here to gold. This is by far, again, folks, most of our action is the first 2 hours in the market. So when I have to come in here and presenting to you guys at 10:30, you're pretty much going to get education from me. You're not going to get a lot of trades because it's just not the right time of the day to trade. So I appreciate you guys, being patient with me and learning, but I'm just letting you know the trading happens in the morning for me, for the most part. Okay. So gold, let's go ahead and take a look at this. All right. And we are going to go into the yearly chart because this is what I'm looking at so far. And so I'm going to change this week to a yearly. Each candle represents 1 year. And as I said, this is a smaller trade for me, only 1% right now. And I'm not totally convicted on it because whatever Jay Powell, wants to say today is definitely going to take a toll on this. And for that reason, what I'd like to do is kind of scale in. Overall, I am bullish on this from a yearly perspective. What I'm looking at, so everybody understands, is that we have a mother candle. And again, I teach this on my video. We have 2 inside candles. And I'm looking for if this candle can break above this 182.20, we're getting that inside and up formation, and I'm looking for 214 by 240. Support for this for my trade is 165 and a half. Okay. Yeah, man. No problem. Uh, Joe, no. So I don't solicit in here. If you find your way to trendy, it's whatever. But I'm not trying to solicit or anything like that. So let's go to let's go over here into gold. So that's my trade plan there. And my next one, what I'm really looking forward to possibly trading here on this dip, and I just missed it by $1. That's okay. So let's go to Netflix just really quick. Bear with me. Guys, I can't make this stuff up. Once again, trendy edge, looking for a pullback, trendy edge, looking for a buy. You got this going on right in here. And for me, I actually like this. Let's go to a higher time frame. This is Netflix. Okay. Let's go to the weekly. This is an inside candle. This is a very bullish move so far. And for me, it's just kind of consolidating its recent move. All right. Now, these are the two things. Next week, I want to get long over 360 plus, or I want to get long down here at the trendy edge around 332 by 328. All right. Tesla, I sent out a video. If you guys follow me on Twitter, this is the way I like to do things. You can kind of see exactly how I think, how I set these up. On Tesla, we waited for price to come down into the zone. It came perfectly into this zone right here at 171. Give us a really nice pop yesterday and today. But this is what I'm looking for. This continued move could push us up into 175. Anyways, guys, it is Wednesday. I hope you have a fantastic day. Be calm. I'm going to get this chart out to you here in the room on ES Futures. I want you to see the proof of concept. I've shown you guys this many, many times. So I'm going to put these charts in here. You guys be the judge. When price comes, remember, news is a catalyst, even Jerome, that pushes price to demand and supply. You guys have an amazing day. Oh, Melissa, you're just being nice. It's really difficult sometimes to go in after JC because so many people come on to see him, and then you're the next one up, and all these people drop off, and you're like, oh man, I must really suck. But I think it's just part of the. I appreciate that. Well, cool. It's on YouTube, and I appreciate it. The Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it is difficult if you guys would imagine, because I've been doing this for so long. Even though I can't see people, I'm very analytical. I analyze everything. So when I jump on and tons of people jump off, it just makes me feel like, yeah. But I get it. I understand. How's your AMD doing? I kept thinking to myself, I wonder if she's waiting for me to jump off. It's like, it looks like it's doing great. Okay, nice, nice. Good job. Yeah, yeah. So you're on your way, Melissa. So I mean, it's one thing, right? You're up about 100%, maybe more now for the year. Um, for you guys who always think about like, man, where does that put you if you could keep that going consistently? Um, I think you guys would all agree there's a lot of consistency in here. And because of that, you could put your own math things together and say, oh man, if I were to make X amount of money. What I will say is sometimes when you have a daily goal, I think it can kind of wear on you. Um, it's fun to have winning trades every day, but at the same time, start to look at averages after a couple months just to give yourself a little bit of momentum, man. Like, get pumped up about it. If you're doing well, don't get too superstitious and think, oh man, I can't do this any longer. But there are like some really cool figures. There's like 260 days or something like that of trading. And if you were to make $100 a day, that shit adds up. Like, seriously. I mean, you're talking a part-time job or even a full-time job. I know, like, if you're making, what is the math on that? I know somebody in here knows really quick. Like, if you're making 200 bucks a day. Let's just say you make a grand a week, you know, a grand a week. Say 500 a week. There's 52 weeks, right? I think I've been around long enough to know that. Let's see, right? It's be 500 times 52. And some weeks you're going to have like you might be like Melissa and make 50% one week. You never know. But I mean, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, like you said, 25, 26 grand. And that's to me, that's pretty insane. And then you add in futures into that T camp. Seriously, that's the thing. You double that. If you have a strategy, I mean, guys, look at PH, right? PH, I mean, he reached out to me, he told me he was up. Dude, he came in here, he was up 1,000% or 800%. I think it started out at 600%, then it was 800%, then it was 1,000% in his futures account. These guys are trading twice a day, if you look at it that way. It's insane. Everybody has a different story, and I hope that everybody's story gets better and better. I really do. I, why? Yeah, yeah. That would be compounded. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No. Yeah. Well, and you don't set too high of expectations, and you may be pleasantly surprised. Right? Just keep hitting the base hits. I think that's where people may get confused. You come up here and look at some of Melissa's huge gains. You got to think about what she's telling you every single day, right? She's taking base hits and then she's letting runners run as long as the Fibonacci is playing out. and they just happen to hit those crazy percentages. Like it's pretty consistent, right? And like the fact that she's able to continue to follow that is what is really paying off for her. I mean, she's not even, you know, in a sense, some people, Melissa, they try to take a $500 trade and try to turn that into 600%, and they have a really difficult time, right? But trimming out allows you to be able to stay in that trade. And I know that when, I take trades in Ashley's account, it's literally um it's a lot easier is all I'm saying. Trim things, you've already made your money back, just leave it alone. See where you can build that self-confidence. I'm huge into, and this is not a slight on anybody, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I am huge on you guys being able to do this. That's where I get pumped up. Like yeah, I'm super pumped for Melissa because she's taking the methodology and she's showing you what she can do with it. Literally. And I think and I know that has completely created a spark in almost all of you. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's frustrating, right? That's the biggest. I think as a teacher, it has nothing to do with trading. I mean, think about if you were to teach every single day and you went in the classroom and just people do not, they don't tell you what you're doing works out. They're not pumped to read the next chapter. You feel like a failure. So for me, I could always, the hardest thing for people to understand sometimes, like this is I I believe in what I'm doing, but my passion and like where I get pumped up is only from you guys. And I've had this story with you before. I personally like giving. That is my thing. I'm giving you the education that you need. Yeah. And Melissa is giving you with these big gains on percentage and sharing her PL with you is in my mind is giving you even more confidence that this will and can work for you. You just have to be consistent. And Barron, I would say something. I know Barron's been around for a long time. He's a really good trader. What I would say also, I don't know, do you have the ability to credit? Are you the ability to trade spreads? What? It's your birthday, Dave? Hell yeah. Happy birthday, man. And so happy to see you back from Maui. I was super jealous, but you're back now. So, okay. So, Baron, what you could, I don't know if you heard me yesterday. In my case, I hate that. I feel like I kind of saw the writing on the wall, if you would, with Apple because they tend to do this type of stuff. They played it out to where you get a little bit of like, you get something and then they take it and then they go sideways. And so what they do, if we go to a higher time frame, is that they literally set up a I just want you guys to see that. I'm going to take all this clear in this draw and set off. Check this out, Baron. This is the inside candle, man. And they are literally probably bringing it down about 50% or so of the previous week. So if I take the pivot high and I take the pivot low, they are right here. Okay? So from an S curve, what does this do? Right? What does this do? It puts you in a situation, option traders, it puts you in a situation where you're totally like, well, I've lost half, and I don't even know what that position looks like. But I've lost half. Maybe I'll just go for it. We're halfway through, which is okay. However, right around here yesterday, what I would tell you is sell credit. Turn it into a credit, or sorry, a debit spread or a credit spread, whatever you want to do. But what this would do is if you have the ability to do that, it can reduce your risk huge. I mean, really, if I were trading by myself and you guys couldn't see my trades straight from my alerts, there would probably be cases where if I were to get into a trade and let's say immediately it starts going against me, like I'm like, ah, shit, man. I just took this NVIDIA and it's down 35%. And I was like, I don't have another level for like $5 down. I should have saw this, but I do want to stay in it. I'll just immediately go out and sell some credit against it and just make it a debit spread. And now what cost me $5, maybe I've lost $70 and now I'm risking $30. So it's $100 risk opposed to a $500 risk a contract. Just something to think about, man, for the future. Also, why not take my strategy that I teach? Okay. So for example, if for some reason, if I were in Apple and they report tomorrow, is it tomorrow afternoon, folks, or tomorrow morning? It's tomorrow afternoon. So if for some reason I'm in Apple and I'm getting a little concerned and I do decide to keep it, why not do something like this, right? Come over here, look for a higher time frame. I forgot I made it go right here. All right. And let's just say that see this demand zone right here, Baron, right here. Let's just say, man, that this is where it could end up going. So what I would do is if I spent, I don't even know, how much were these? Do you guys know off the top of your head? Anybody? All right. So 284. Okay. And then I'm looking for, let's say 138 by 136. Okay. What I would be trying to do is setting up a trade that actually pays for that trade. So if I went to 138, I bought those puts and sold the 136, they cost me 55, 56 cents right now. If I hit that, it pays me 143. So easy math, I buy 2 debits and it pays me the price of that call you guys took. That's just me. Because I'm not just making up a number. I'm using a demand zone. And if you take out the earnings, price likes to move from supply to demand. I don't know if that's going to happen, but what I'm doing is I'm using a level, and it just so happens if I buy 2 contracts, it'll pay for these two contracts, or for one of those contracts. I apologize. Okay. This is something you could do immediately if for some reason it's not working out. That makes sense? And in no way am I discrediting the Apple trade either. I kind of walk on eggshells with stuff like that. Like, I think that every trade that Melissa takes is awesome. I think that every trade you guys take is awesome. You guys all know it's all about, at the end of the day, whether or not you can manage them well. Shit, you could do a butterfly too, which would be even less expensive, you know? So I could come over here and say, I'm going to do 138. Let me just see. I'm going to look at this. 138, because that was my level. Now I have a bonus question for you guys and see if you can figure this out. Let's go $5 down. 138, 133, and 128. Is that right? 930, 1, 2, yeah. Well, those are 75 cents and they pay 425. 75 bucks, you make 425 if you can pin it down there. Now, here's my bonus question to you guys. What is the problem if this doesn't work? Okay. If price comes down into this zone, I need you guys to be thinking this way if you're ever going to use this strategy. What are we looking for if Apple comes in between 138 and 136? Anybody know? What are we looking for? This is super important, guys. Bounce. So, what happens, okay, when you're looking at these zones, and I'm glad this is on YouTube right now because I need places where we remember where this content is because I've talked about it for many, many years and it works, okay? The market will come out on earnings and immediately you may see something like this. Boom. Anybody seen those quick candles and everybody's like immediately, I told you, man, Apple was going down. And it does this, and then it turns into this, and those people go quiet. I'm telling you right now that demand works even into earnings and supply works. So I'm always like curious, where is the supply and where's the demand? Any other day, if I were teaching you guys about supply and demand, I would tell you supply is right here and demand is right here. I would also like to point out over and over and over is your automated levels, guys, are literally right in sync with the formations. Accelerator, decelerator. Look at that. Okay. Edges. They're they're finding these levels for you. Okay. What I need you to understand is exactly what you guys were saying, Mary. So if I buy debit spreads and price comes into here and then bounces back up, these go to zero. Now you just lost whatever I said it was, 56 cents. And it stalls right here, then you lose up here as well. I need you to understand both sides. Okay. But what you really want when you do these debit spreads, you really want them to kind of crush through and you wake up and they're down here. Then you get paid full. Another thing that you could take from this is understanding that the higher time frame on Apple is right here. This would be more of a lotto trade. Okay, if you guys really want to go for something sick that could happen, then you would do more like a 135 by 132 or 134 by 132. There's a big difference. So if I buy the 134s and I sell the 132s, they're 25 cents. They pay 175. But for me, when I say lotto, it's hard for me because what I do know is that my levels, they work. And if this is a downtrend for any reason, it will hit here. If it breaks here, it will hit here. It can turn into what we call a reverse AC/DC. Price comes in here, stops go here, and then you're looking for the ME. Boom, 127. Positive side, looking at the daily, what do I see here? I see that in 2023, let's say 2022, Melissa and I have talked about this, prices come into the quarterly demand. This is where we had the edge on most of the participants coming into 2023. We didn't just wake up and go, hey, Melissa, I called her up on a Saturday. You want to just be bullish? No. Her and I both, we're coming into quarterly demand. And she just kept telling me as well, I see that we're coming into quarterly demand. Damn right. And this is the result of it, right? Apple, from this standpoint, okay, it's already what I'd like to really take a look at, guys, is that I want you to look at the edges. This is where you really want to like feel it. Boom. Resistance the first time. We reclaim it. We come back 2 times. So guess what? For me, long term, this is support. If for some reason we come back here, this is a buying opportunity. If price continues up, you can't help but to notice some of our biggest names are not above the simple moving average yet. That's something I'm noticing with my favorite names. I don't think, is Amazon above it? Right? Is Amazon above? Let's see. Jesus, this thing is slow. Amazon's not above it. Apple's not above it. Where's Google? Our favorite stocks, man. America, right? Right. So all of these are underneath, but one thing I started noticing, who are some of the names that did get above it? A lot, right? There was a lot that got above it, and some of our most popular names are not above it. But look at Nvidia. Nvidia is the honey badger. It was below it, now it's above it. So really, yeah, right, exactly. So you look at these type of things and you're wondering to yourself, are these the canaries in the coal mine? Are we actually leading up and over? So when I come back to Apple on the bullish note, okay, this to me on a given, if this was not earnings, this is a buying opportunity. We literally, look at this, 1, 2, 3, down into the EMA and into the zone that I found at 140.80 by 137.95. 9 times out of 10, Melissa, I think you would buy here. But you have earnings over your head. And when you think about everything that happens in the market, Jerome, earnings reports, North Korea launching a missile, X, Y, and Z president was elected. Every single one of these are just a catalyst that will deter you from taking a trade. It's a bitch. It really is. Because if you're afraid, which they know that 95% of people are afraid to buy into any kind of event, guess what that leads you to do? Chase. If, right, it actually leads you to chase. I don't care. Even if it gaps down, you need to understand, like if it gaps down, if you're like, hey, I'm waiting for the event, I guarantee you 90+% people, not 95, I'm going to go with 90 and give the benefit of the doubt here. 90% of people, if they said they were waiting for Jerome to speak today, When it dips down into demand, 90% of those people will probably buy puts. If it gaps up into supply, 90% of the people will buy calls. Like it's crazy. And so if you wait for Apple, it's okay. It's okay to wait. All right. But I'm just saying, like, it's so backwards the way that the market is designed. And they put all these catalysts in here. Did you guys notice over the last 2 years how much the Fed got involved on a market watch, like the stuff that I put out on the broad market analysis? It's like there's so many days where there's so much news and so much catalyst that it keeps the retail trader at bay. Like you just sit there. Like, man, I don't know what to do. That's normal. The only edge that we can use though is we can identify these levels regardless of what the catalyst is. And I should make sure I'm clear on this. You can wait. I'm not telling you to trade into these events, but what you should do is identify these and find out where you want to go long. I think when I was over in Simpler, somebody was asking me, well, which way do you think it's going? I don't care which way it's going. I literally could care less, right? And that has nothing to do with, I'm not making fun of anybody, but I really don't care. What I care about is that we identify the levels and we trade them. So if I'm trading into earnings, I've identified the levels. These are the levels I want to buy debit spreads around. Okay. FOMC, if we come to ES futures, I told you this morning, guys, we're opening into supply. So if you're taking trades to the upside, just like Melissa did today, she's trimming and she's pulling stops up. Very smart because the market is reacting off of this 4-hour supply zone that I've already drawn for you guys. Okay. And sorry, that's not it. It's on the 4-hour. Give me 1 second. I was drawing that out over at Simpler. Kind of help them understand. There we go. There's your zones. Okay. Now, what's interesting about this, like I said, is that they push price into supply on the catalyst day. So it's actually it hasn't been. The look that they've been giving us, Melissa, and that's a great question, is almost every single time that I've been live with Simpler and on YouTube or with you guys, is that we find the zones beforehand and then price is somewhere like this. And then we're looking for this or this. We don't care, but we're looking to either sell here or buy here. Okay. Now, because we're opening up here, let's just use the regular methodology. And before I move on, though, I want to make sure you guys understand you can still go long in supply. Matter of fact, that's exactly what Melissa did from a daily perspective. And I reached out to her this morning. But the thing is, she went long into a daily supply that's already been tested several times. So my whole point this morning, Melissa, was that it should be weak. Okay. And actually, we're seeing the result of that, correct? It was weak. So if I draw out a zone, guys, and it keeps hitting it and it looks like this, but then it say it comes back down. If we already tested it over and over, what I want you to be looking for on the ES today is looking for the 23 and the 38. So measure with fibs, and then I want you to find the 23.6 here and the 38.2 here. It could be that, and I would be shocked if we don't actually have a big event that causes like a lot of volatility. But what if it doesn't cause a lot of volatility and we just come down 38.2 and then come right back up? So understand that just because I draw a box, your job is to look to see if it was tested over and over. Same thing down here. Has this been tested? Has this been tested? So let's come over here and take a look. It's been tested several times. Okay. It's been tested several times. So if price moves up, nothing changes, it's the same as I gave you today. If price can hold the box, so right here, say it gaps up, holds in here, you could trade it up to the edge real quick. But if it can hold above here, then I think we go to here. Okay. Now, again, I just want to point this out. I could be wrong. Many, many times I'm right with my blueprints. It's weird to me that we didn't touch my line. And I've been in this situation many times with you guys. And you've heard me say this before. So I'm using the wick here and it didn't touch the wick. So what I want to do really quick is just see if I missed something. Because just because I drew a 4-hour zone, maybe this was a 3-hour zone and it worked perfectly. I just need to know that before we press on. Okay. So I'm going to come up here and we're going to change this. We're going to go to a 3-hour. And let's see if anything changes. Shit, where is the wick under here? I think it's right there. Okay, it's about the same place it would be. And let's go over here. This shouldn't change it. I might have to go to a 6-hour or a 5-hour. But just let me check a couple things. Mm-hmm. Yes. I think she just cut out. Did she cut out for anybody else? I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to see if it's just me or... okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 And that's a very good explanation. Um, so one thing I did notice is our daily edge is right in line with a 2-hour zone. So this thing, if for some reason we come down here, guys, I would definitely be looking to buy somewhere between 4017 and 4005. But again, it's you wait for it and then you go to a smaller time frame. Sometimes I just say F it and I trade it as soon as it gets close to it. And I'll just do it with a bracket order, right? Remember that one morning I tried it and it actually didn't execute because Thinkorswim said that it was too volatile. I was like, what? I want my 60 points back. It's like, that's not my fault. Um, okay, so let's go to a higher time frame. Let's go to a 5-hour. Who the F trades a 5-hour? Nobody. That's the point. Notice here, there's no zone at all. Kind of cool. And let's go to a I just want to look actually. Uh, say it one more time. Sorry. Uh-huh. Damn it. It's only right when you're about to tell me something important. Literally every single time. Yeah. Mhm. Supply or demand? Yeah. This one? Right here? Yep. Yep. So this is called, okay. So let's label this really quick. This is important. And just so you know, this is also a beautiful zone right in here. Okay. Right around the decelerator. So what I recall, if I can remember, this is what we call a replica, if you will. So notice how we find this on a 5. And this is important, like you guys do stuff like this on your own after I show you. But this is a 5 hour. And then in here, we have a 4 hour. So this may be something that you don't notice when we're on a 4 hour, right? And you're wondering, like, well, why did this work here? Okay. So let's just take this stuff off for a second. Remember, I'm going to draw this for you really quick so you really get this. This candle was right here, and then you got a multiple candles in here. Okay. You guys understand? You have to technically draw the zone around this entire formation. Not this up here, okay? But your zone should go, and it doesn't matter if you had a wick down here, you include the wick on zone drawing from this candle. This is your initial. You have to incorporate this. And then let's just say these have wicks. Let's just say one of these has a wick that pushes up to here, okay? That is the zone, this entire thing. So remember that. So right here, this zone is actually this deep. Does everybody get that? Anybody not get that? So the zone, let me do it with a circle, is this right here. This candle and these candles inside, and this is the candle pushes out. Price leaves, it hits supply somewhere over here, it comes back into this demand zone. Price pushes up, holds the cloud, pushes up, hits a trendy edge, gets close enough, pulls back, and actually hits a 4 hour zone. Okay, so now let's change this to 4. And I promise you, the more you do this, the quicker you get at this. And this really helps you up here. Okay, it might seem difficult and time consuming for you, but it really does get a lot quicker. Okay. All right. So your 5 hour zone is actually just a test of this zone as well. Okay. And you can see, you can call this a 4 hour zone too if you want. The 5 hour just made it wider, Melissa, and the 4 hour makes it a little bit tighter, but it's still a big ass zone. 39, 35 by 95. Like that's crazy, right? But we have, yeah, yeah, or a badass zone, right? So, but one thing to take into consideration, we talked about this morning, is notice a pattern here. This is possible. Okay. So even if it dips really fast, most traders will not be ready for this. And then it goes doop. And then they get super bullish, but we still have the edge right here. So then it kind of hangs out. And I don't know, does he have like a presser? So like, what the hell is going on today? Yeah. And so, okay. So exactly. So I would not be shocked if we get a reaction sort of like this, and it just stalls, and then the real move will come either like this or this. If I'm wrong and it comes straight down to here, to this edge, this is where I'd be looking at taking the long. And then, no matter how bullish you are, and no matter how happy you are, you need to learn to be mechanical and trim at these levels up here. Because if you're looking for the stars and it doesn't happen and it goes down on you just like this, you can be really sad. Okay? I mean, I don't know what this guy's going to say. I don't follow this stuff. I literally don't have zero idea, right? I really do. I don't care. I'm just a technical trader. I, I mean, from what I gather, he could come out and be like, hey, we're not where we want to be. We still see inflation. But I think from what I've read is that there's some reports that show that inflation's coming down. Is that right? Can anybody fill me in on that? Mm. Sorry, I'm watching the guys in the back work on the dock. So Ashley had went out there and where 2 points come together, they were just cutting straight down instead of doing a 45-degree like bevel sort of at the squares. And so Ashley was like, "Uh-uh, please do this." And I was like, "Dang, babe, that's kind of picky," but she was like, "I don't care. That's the way I want it." She's like, "This is the easy way. You just cut it straight down." She's like, "But we're paying a lot of money." She's like, "Just, cut it and cut it, where the ends come together really pretty." Yes, yes, exactly. Exactly. So they had to leave yesterday because they didn't have the right saw, and now I've been watching them. They've been out there for like 2 hours or so, and I don't know if they're just taking a break or they're having a hard time with it. I would think it's pretty easy, so maybe they're just taking a break. My pool guys aren't here today though. Maybe they did everything. Man, it's coming along so fast, but remember they told me don't start, putting together invites for a pool because it's going to look like it's going along really quick and then it just stalls. I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, man, they got all the plumbing, all the rebar. Like, what do you do now? Don't you just come in and do the concrete and plaster and pebble tech and all that? Yeah. But they have to be super careful. Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks like everything's set. I don't know if they put electrical in there first, like the lighting. I wouldn't think so. I think that would come afterwards. Yes. Yeah. From what I understand, he showed me a couple holes where the lights are going. Like, okay. The Fed and the IRS. Yeah, I wish, man. I'm still, we're waiting to do, we're still doing our taxes. Or, yeah, Ashley helps do them for me. Yeah, then I have a CPA who takes care of it after Ashley submits it, but like all of our Excel spreadsheets and stuff, and it's just like, oh my God, man. It's like check after check. It's just like, it just feels like that right now. So we have, oh, okay, so we got about 40 minutes left before these guys pop out. Is it 2 or 2:30? Think it, oh, okay. Gotcha. Yes. Okay. Army 27, largest drop in CPI since 2020. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means, man. Consumer price index, is that right? Really? Okay. I was thinking about moving. Like once the pool and everything is done here, just rent this place out and move to like Thailand. Is it is it messed up that I want to move to Thailand just so I can eat all the food all the time? Like seriously. 41.54. How much are those for SBX? Sorry, I'm all over the place. They're $1.75. Man, what kind of move are they expecting today? Oh, very cool, Dave. What was the expected move on SPX? I mean, we could see. Wait, this is ES. Where's my larger time frame? 41.55. The trendy edge up there. Hmm? Who's gonna buy that bad boy for today? All cash. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I need to get to a point, Chris. I don't know if you're listening. I need to get to a point where I'm like a lot more heavy in positions, man. But for almost like a year, I've been trading with like no more than 13 to 15% of my cash. And it kind of depends on how you look at it. If I combine my accounts, then I'm really heavy cash all the time, man. Which is it's a problem because I should be honestly I should have took half my account and just bought SPY in 2023. I should have at least, yeah, you know. For me, man, on game, I just left what I have left there and see what happens. I kind of feel like if it's died down, it's kind of like a lotto going into instead of me buying lottos, I'm using my leftovers as maybe a potential. Yeah, and I would imagine, Melissa, you're talking about the account, right, that we can see. I would imagine that even if all that were to go to zero, you would still be up. Yeah. So it's like that's the thing. If you weren't on audio yesterday, guys, I just want to reiterate, we're all different. If you're following Melissa, she's up 100% or whatever, over 100% probably. It's different. You need to respect that. Her tolerance is different. So she's probably looking at what she has in there, how much she's up, and can she be okay if she's wrong? It might sting a little bit, emotionally, but she knows at the end of the day, no matter what, she's up. And not a lot of people can say that. I'm up for the year in my accounts, but, I'm not up 100%, but still, I have room to play with. And if you're on the side where you're struggling and you're trying to get there, you may look at it a little bit differently, you know? So please, please understand and trade according to your risk tolerance, please. Yeah, well, guess what, Chris? Nothing's ever logical in the market, man. That's my whole thing. Ever. All right, let's see here. I'm getting ready for something, I hope. All right, everybody. We're getting close. Close to countdown. You gonna get like a big move or no? Guess we'll see. How about another 200 point day? That'd be sweet. Oh, I can't. We're about to have a huge event. Sorry, baby. You guys remember what I said? There's a possible that we just stay right here in range bound and kind of flag out until something happens. Yeah, some kind of pressure or something. I don't know. So we're caught between the inside and down and support. Not a whole lot to do at the moment. Notice, just kind of watching some of the names. AMD continues to push up. What kind of effect is it having on the market so far? Is anything leading? And so far, I'm not seeing anything as far as changes go. Yeah, so let's see. Wow, this is fun. I told you guys this could happen, didn't I? So far, this is exactly what's happening. You're so if you guys didn't hear me earlier, I was saying that we could just hold 23 to 38%. which is exactly what's going on. It just technically that's what I'm seeing. You're just range bound, and you know, probably if anybody's trying to buy way out of the money, could get burnt. We'll see what happens. Maybe there's something pressing, right? Yep, hurry up and wait. It's the Air Force way. Baidu, no effect there. FTX just keeps going up. Futu unchanged. Let's see, Amazon just kind of doing its thing, trying to show. It looks like buyers are trying to step in. Let's get it started. I know my Amazon spreads are going up. If you guys are new and you're listening, please look at the positions tab. You can see what I have open, but I'm really pretty light. I'm in Amazon. I have a trade going on there, and I have some gold long term, and then I have a hedge very long term. Still, though, check it out. So nothing's changed, right? All we did was come into support, push into supply, and if this, then that. Support levels giving you a nice little bounce. But other than that, man, we need to up and over this trendy edge, folks. 40.93. So we'll see if we can hold above there. Hey, Yasmin, come here, baby. Hi, baby. What are you doing? You want me to feed you my lunch? Huh? Yeah, you wish. Ooh, you smell fishy. Somebody help me. Let me see that cat. Meow. AMD up 7.5. Holy smokers. It might hit that 85, guys. Dang. Adobe. Adobe. Look at you go. Amazon. Let's go. What's Apple doing? Apple's just being a freaking turd, man, but it is trying to come back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Are we ready, folks? Are we ready? Will it happen? Let's see. Will it happen? It's got to get up and over. You could feel, you could hear it, you could see, you could hear a pin drop. Come on. Come on. What do you want to do, man? Just so you guys know, I'm not very biased either way, but let's see. Actually, I'm doing reverse psychology on it. That's what's going on. Trying some reverse psychology here. Let's see if it works. Baron. Nah, man. You know I'm a bull by nature, man. It's like naughty by nature, but I'm bull by nature. Hey, oh, hey. In all honesty, what happened was the bot got stuck for some reason. I had to kick it out of the room. Stupid bot. And I was looking for I was looking for push it, but it like disappeared. I don't know what happened. It got stuck. That's what really happened. Yeah, we never listened to Timber, have we? I mean, I'm just saying. We're at supply zone, guys, so maybe the bot was trying to tell me something. Oh, you missed it. The market went completely sideways. hmm Well, I did try to play the bot. I tried to play push it, and it actually started playing Timber. But yeah, and so I was like, well, maybe it's it's trying to tell us something. So, 15 minutes. Are we bullish yet? No. I would really like to see my upper supply level hit that we didn't hit on the weekly. It just so remember how I said this morning we didn't hit that demand zone, but from the higher perspective, like over the next couple weeks, I just think that this makes a lot of sense. Um, we'll see though. Not today. I mean, that would be crazy if we pushed up that high, but yeah. What does the skew look like? It did get hit, and then it kind of is doing its thing, but it's all good. It's a beautiful trade. What is where is my bot? Where did you go? Actually just sneezed. Sound like a karate move. Is is the bot singing right now, guys? Okay, good. All right. It seems like it's messed up. Just not time. Do it, Dave. Good job. I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys, here we are, finally pushing over. You just had to be patient here. Um, yeah, let's go. Damn it, push it. You didn't. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. Yeah. What? That's unheard of. Now, yeah. Oh man. Let's see if Dovish Jerome gets hit. Let's go. Give me 41.54. Go. Go. Come on, 40 more, 50 more points. I was listening to Danielle in the background. Haven't heard her in a long time. Let's go. Is that an old trade? Have you had, so you've had that trade over 10 days? Is that what that is? Melissa, can you hear me? Test. Can you guys hear me? Okay. How about now? I was asking if that was an old TLT position. Let's go. Let's go. Let's break this mother effer. Okay. Is it closed? Okay. I would put that in there if you have time. Because what happened, anything over 10 days, the bot thinks you closed it. Hmm. I can write it for you here. I got it. I got it. Okay. Yeah. I see you typing. Hey, Chloe. My daughters are coming in from school from her little time at 4110, baby. Let's go. This is nothing. Give us like another 40. Come on. Don't be a weenie. Get over that supply zone. Mute. Show me the money. Go, baby. So our Amazon position's up almost 20%. Our earnings trade. It's funny. Let's go. Did I? Oh no, you said you had it. But you told me not to. Right, too late now. Yeah. Yeah, please. We're good. I mean, seriously. I would just say type it because um if you ever close it again. Looking good. Docs coming together. Is this a coincidence? The docs coming together. SPYES is pushing to the upside. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Move. But Baron, are we shocked? No. And are we shocked if we hit the Dovish Jerome area? Let's go. Baron, man, I thought about you right away. I hear that, man. She's talking about a 4 hour demand zone. And so it takes a while, man. Wait until Melissa ends up taking some long swing trades and she tells you to hold on because we're in a monthly zone or a weekly zone. That'll be even harder. It's understandable that he asked, but what's hard It's taking bigger zones and having the patience. But Melissa, you're trading within your same allocation every time, so it's safe to say that you are very comfortable, right? In that position. And that's what allows her to stay in it. Baron. Hey, Baron, would you say that that you trade a little bit more on the uncomfortable side? Meaning like you're a little bit in positions a little bit out of your comfort zone? Because I mean, some people just trade a lot more riskier, you know? T-Camp, you do. Yep. Oh. Well, okay. Base hits, my man. Base hits. Let's go, Benji. Good job. You guys hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Sorry, guys. I'm talking all over the place. Uh, this is what it sounds like. Wait, Alexa, play When the Doves Cry. No, doves are good, but this is right about the time doves cry. Yeah, not like it has to crash or anything like that, but you should be looking at trimming profits up here, guys. Are you guys ready? Let's measure. Let's measure this chaotic move. And what we want is for the 23.6 to be on top of this box that I drew. Look at that. Ooh. We'll go ahead and identify the 38.2 in there. And let's see if that can hold. Oh, good. Let's see if it can hold. No, so what they did is they cut everything, all the pieces, and I think now they're laying them. He's probably talking to Mike though. I don't know. Why don't you go out there and look? They'll be like, "Oh God, here she comes, the boss." They seem really confused. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, her dad was a engineer, and she definitely got her dad's brain. She knows how to do all this stuff. And she was trying to tell me yesterday that they would probably mess up because you have to change all the lengths of the boards because of the 45-degree angles at the end. And I think they didn't do that, so now they're all confused. So I'm watching them out there and they all like shaking their head like, damn it. I'm like, you should go out there. Yeah. Well, she begged me to go out there and do it with her, but I mean, it's a lot. Like driving pilings into the water and all that. You gotta have a barge and a crane, and but this part she would have really enjoyed doing. All right, so far, it looks like it's trying to hold. And Amazon continues. I almost took equity in Amazon, but since I'm already in um, position here, it just on the monthly, the cloud is up at 109, and it just looks like a target from here. And the inside and down is at 126. That's why I took that trade with 170 days left. 125 by 135. And let's see. Do we have any mics on? No. Okay, that's just you. Huh. No, I think we're good. Oh, we're almost at 85. Well, imagine that, folks. Jeez. Let's go Tesla 200. Apple 146, 147. Oh my goodness. I gotta take a break. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get started here. Um, yeah, hopefully you guys are doing really well today. If anybody's listening and you're having a hard time, I'd really like to know. Um, Overall, everything's kind of working out here. Price pushed up over the neutral. And if you guys took note of the neutral strategy, you would see that today held the lower neutral on the SPY. Damn it. And the QQQ held the 292.73 on the SPY. Okay. QQQ, SPY. I can't make these levels up, folks. They just, they're just working. Looking for 413 into the close, 413 and a half. Way to go. I see Brittany's on the up and up with the updates. Qs are hitting 302. It's just so easy. You could throw a dart and make money today, right? Just pick anywhere. Where do you want it to go, baby? Right? It is crazy. But what's even crazier, okay, is the fact that I feel like we kind of have the pulse of the market right now, right? And it feels really good. So don't get egotistical. Everyone that's listening to me, you are just a, medium to fair trader, right? Let's be humble. We tomorrow could lose all of our money, literally. Okay? So never forget that. Just because you're having a good day today does not mean the market cannot take away all your money. Matter of fact, the one thing that holds true, anytime that I have been up, and I'm going to give you a hypothetical number, $1,000, and that is my happy day. The next day, the market tends to take away $500 to $1,000. Seriously, almost all the time. So, what I'm telling you is that everything has worked out pretty fair. And the market just pushed in to the YE mid. That was our next target, 4150. The supply zone that I talked about earlier, I was telling Melissa, I was like, I'm really, skeptical on both ends here. On the 4 hour, we didn't quite test the level, but we also said that it was a double inside and up, and price had come back there back in the day. So it didn't have to. On the 4 hour going into today, you can see that we came right into support. And what's really neat is I gave this level to simpler. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if I wrote this up in the update, but this was our major level. This was our major level. This was our major level. Price turned around. It did not close under any major level. It pushed. It took a while. I said it would flag. It did on a smaller time frame. Once it broke above, I said, once we get above here, look for 4110. I gave you this level, then this level. I didn't say if we get above here to go short. I didn't say if we get to 4110 to go short. I didn't say to get short at 4135, but I did say this is where doves can cry, as Prince would say. So all I'm telling you is to be cautious inside 4135 by 4154 if you're doing well, and it seems you guys are doing really well. Just bring your stops up, have a good time, assess your PL, see where you're at, and if you feel comfortable and you want to take something into tomorrow and you have the ability to trade spreads, let's talk about it, okay? Let's talk about this. You are going to wake up and you're going to have this chaotic candle, okay? And we need to understand, and I love this. This is what I love about the levels that I give you guys. They become something special in the future. That's what's really cool about math. So when I gave you this level up here at 4135, it had nothing to do with 23.6 because I gave it to you several days ago. But now it happens to be the 23.6 of the bullish move, right? Are you guys tracking? So because of this reason, it's just really cool. All right. So tomorrow, 4135 by 4119 needs to hold. And for some reason, if we come back to that tonight, I would be looking at buying this dip down to here. Okay. And then looking for it to move up. Now, tomorrow, big names report. Before we come to an end here, we have about 13 minutes left. I need to hurry up because I am looking for some sort of earnings trade. Let's come over here. And I'm going to come to, somebody asked me this before. This is free. You know, this person's free. They've been around since I got on Twitter. And they have grown quite great. And I love coming into them. Like, this is the only place I look for earnings. And I just kind of scroll down here. This is what I share with you guys in the room. And here is this entire week. Okay. Here, tonight, we're on Wednesday, we have Facebook or Meta. And like I said, you have some insurance companies, and we could look at that if we wanted to. But let's go back to the levels that I shared this morning. Far as SPY is concerned, okay, just before we move on here, just really fast. Okay, let's go to, let's see, right here. This is support, 410.43. Target is 413.93. If we open up in between these two, it's neutral tomorrow. We hit T1 302.89. So between 298.50 and 302, that's neutral. As long as we open up here, we'll talk about it in the morning. We'll coach it. But let's get over here to META and look at the levels that I provided this morning. So Meta's jumped up $4.50 since then, right? So when it was down was probably the better time to buy the call side. But what I'm looking for to the upside is 167 by 180. This was out of reach as far as market makers were concerned. Again, market makers are the ones that, you know, they're saying, hey, we think it looks like that market makers looks like they were looking for a $14 move. Okay. Now, so far, it's already moved 4 since then. So I'm just kind of interested. Now they're saying 13. And you know, Trendy came up with $4 ago. This was about 149 or so and 167. So I came up with about 17 to $18. So my upside had more value than the put side, meaning the risk to reward was better buying the debit threads up here earlier this morning. And now you're kind of, if you were to draw a line where we are, this would be interesting. We'll draw a line. And what I'll do is I'll measure from the bottom of my zone here to the top of the zone. And you could see that we're almost 50% of the way. And this makes sense when you have good analysis that the market will kind of put you right between your two zones. It kind of gives you like that 50-50, if you will. And I understand it's not 50-50 because it could open up and go sideways. But I'm just saying, you could see that there's a, you know, right there. All right. So the question is, you know, would I want to put something on here to the upside is what I was thinking short term. Now, again, this is just a gut. Now, these are created using structures. But if I come in here and I take a look, let's see, and by the way, guys, gold is up $2. Let's see here, META. And so short term, if I were to do the call side, the implied vol is 151%. The 167.5s are $1.79. And let's see, 170s are $1.30. So that puts me at 42 cents. And that pays out $200. So not bad, right? 40 and a 200. What does that give you? 5, right? It's almost like 4+X trade there to the upside if we hit the 167 by 170 area. Okay. So that's what that is. To the downside, okay, to the downside right now, since we popped up, it should be a little bit cheaper. So if we come down here and say 140 by 138, something like that, today you'd be paying 40 cents. And it pays out 159. All right, because it's a little bit closer. So, it's not as good as return, but that's a way that I prefer to trade futures, trade into earnings. And so those are the numbers that I like, whether you want to buy this week or next week or whatever. I leave that up to your gut. But for me, my gut was saying that we move up first and then later we can move down into here. So the idea would be that we can pop into here, okay? Um, Make, full on your debit there. They're not really expecting it. You get a nice 200% or 400%. And then you buy back the short side down here. And if Apple and Amazon and Google report and it's crappy, and let's just say they bring the market down, it'd be awesome. Because then, this is already paid for everything, but then this really pays for it, and it just ends up being an awesome trade. Now, again, all of that doesn't mean anything as I cannot predict where the market's going. So, no matter if I use levels or not, earnings are always considered a lottery type of trade, regardless if I'm using levels. And just know whatever you put into that trade will and can go to zero. If you're okay with that and you like the idea, then this could be a setup that you could use in the future. Okay? So, really, that's all I really have to say about Meta. And when I look at the volume, we actually have 21,000 on the 170s. And let's see, on the put side, I see open interest at 27,000 and 12,000 on the volume for the 135s. So it makes me feel like it's kind of interesting because the levels that I brought up are some of the most popular numbers going into earnings. Okay. So let's see, open interest 27,000 on the 165 calls. Again, I don't like to play these straight up. Again, 152% implied vol. You could lose if it just goes sideways, and you really don't want to lose on both sides. But with a debit, you could trade both sides for under $100 for one contract each. So not bad. I mean, honestly, not bad at all. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on. So the Amazon trade so far got up to like 25, 26%, and then our gold trade is up 5%. This is a long term, 226 days out. Um, and gold is up about $1.90 something. And we'll see. It looks like gold's moving with the market, which I don't know if I like this trade now that I think about it. You know what I mean? My wife made me a fresh ginger, some turmeric, some cayenne, and some lemon. So this should be interesting. I may or may not make it in here this morning or tomorrow morning. We'll see. Yes, that's a good point. We need to look really quick um, at TV, meaning TradingView, and let's just kind of see what's happened so far this morning. Let's look at the dollar DXY. And oh yeah, all the way down to support finally. So let's go to the monthly. Let's hit auto here. And yes, so we hit that next line, which is awesome. And remember, the dollar could continue to move down if it wants all the way to 98 and some change. Let's look at the skew. I told you that we could continue to move up towards 135, 130, 135, and so forth before the market decides to chill. The next thing would be looking at the fear and greed. And you can see here, oh wow, we're almost at extreme greed. That's awesome. Yes, I love it. All right, so people are starting to get a little complacent, but it doesn't mean we can't continue to get complacent. Tomorrow on February the 2nd, we have initial jobless claims. Continuing jobless claims, productivity, first estimate, SAAR, factory orders, and core capital goods, followed by Friday, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate. So a lot of data. And really, if bad news is good news or something like that, you could see the needle swing here. And you can continue to see it stay in here for maybe even, a couple more days into next week. And then I think we start to time the market to the downside, buying maybe some more put debits and some extended names, and just looking for a cycle, not like necessarily trying to call the next bear market or something. Like that's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to trade from week to week, okay? So, um, yeah, let's just have fun. And good luck to anybody that's trading Facebook into earnings. I'm gonna just hold out, not because I'm like don't, or afraid or anything like that. You guys know I do this all the time. I'm not feeling like I need to take any trades. I feel great, and things are going awesome. Melissa's tearing it up. Ashley's account is tearing it up. Um, I'm doing well. I hope you guys are doing well. I just think that for a mental break, I'm going to stay out of Meta. I want to come in, just boom, with a nice open mind to the market tomorrow and be able to like be stress free and trade with you at a very zen state. That's where I want to be. I hope you want to be there as well. If you guys are having any kind of uh, hard time during this market, please reach out. Maybe there's something that we can do to help. Melissa and I keep really stressing about using the journal channel. I better start seeing some new names in there. Seriously. Like, you guys got to start, like, taking the time, showing some of your charts. If we are only producing people who only want to take alerts, that's a bad thing. Okay? I am in this business to teach you, okay? I want to teach you. Then I want you guys to become the master students like Melissa. That is the goal for me. If for some reason I feel like everybody's just relying on alerts, then maybe I'll just make them invisible for a while. This is a school of education. We all want to make money. We're all here for the same reason. So, yeah. So please take the time to just participate just for a few minutes. And guys, I had a job too. I was in the Air Force. I was a director, and I still had time to trade and chart and stuff like that. So I know that everybody's busy, and I appreciate that. But most of you are here to learn. Let's see what you've learned. All right. So please, please take some time to hit the journal. And if you have any questions on how to snapshot, the screen or how to do those type of things, please say so in chat. We'll help you out. But for the time being, let's wake up and do it again.